Hey everybody, how's it going? It's that nerd Ryan here, and happy Star Wars Day. I guess I should say. I'm gonna just post something on Instagram really quick so more people know about me going live. So make sure that you guys follow me on Instagram. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post this really quick. No, my phone's broken technically, so I can't do this like that. So live on YouTube for May the 4th. Go check it out. All right, guys. So now that everything is officially posted and everything like that, hopefully we'll be getting some more people soon. I know I got a few friends that are going to be coming on later. Going to have my friend Sean come on, and we're going to be playing Sabbacc. He's going to teach me how to play. And I'm going to have two other friends hopefully come on. And we're going to be trying out something that I had an idea for a podcast that's basically canon versus legends. We're going to be talking about Darth Kaitis versus Kylo Ren, or as you know, Jason Solo versus Ben Solo, stuff like that. And then we're going to be doing a massive unboxing soon. That'll be after about an hour. This live stream is going to be a whole hour long. But first, we're going to talk about Bad Batch and talk about some other shows and stuff like that. But I did just finish Bad Batch myself. So, well, the first episode, or should I say the movie, because it was a 75-minute episode. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about some theories for the first hour. Hopefully we'll get some people on here and we could all just really talk about Bad Batch. So in the live chat, I am actually going to be narrating what we're doing every hour on that hour. So let me do that. And TV talk. All right. So what I mean by TV is obviously just the series, not the not like an actual TV thing, since it's all streaming now. But yeah. So initially, on my thoughts on Bad Batch, I really did enjoy it. Thought it was pretty great to kind of just be back in that, excuse me, Clone Wars era. I drank a soda before doing this. That wasn't a good idea. But yeah. So I loved being back at that era. I love the characters. I know some of them are like a little kid friendly, but I still like the very different personalities of these clones that we don't see in most clones. I mean, they kind of have the same-ish personalities as the Republic Commandos, but still it's different enough to where it's still fresh and new. So I was kind of shocked that this was a 75-minute movie. I was like, when I woke up this morning, I was like, okay, I have to probably watch this at like 10:30 so I could go live at 11. Thank God I pulled it up at 9 o'clock, because otherwise this would have been delayed for a whole hour. But yeah, I was really shocked at the time for it. It kind of like reminded me a little bit of the Clone Wars movie leading into Clone Wars. I don't know how many episodes we're supposed to be getting of Bad Batch, but like I felt like this episode was long enough to establish what's going on. We had a few surprise cameos on this. We had Caleb Dune, aka Kanan Jarrus. That was kind of surprising to see. We had Lama Su and the other Kaminoan from episode 2. I can't think of their names, but yeah, that was another. I mean, we knew that they were going to Camino and everything, but didn't think it was going to be that. We added another death to Shaak Ti on here. Shaak Ti is, for those of you who don't know, Shaak Ti has been the Jedi that's been killed the most in all forms of Star Wars media. So this is, I think, number 5 or number 6, because she was killed in a deleted scene of Revenge of the Sith. She was killed in The Force Unleashed. She was killed in Lego Star Wars. She was killed in, I think, the original Clone Wars or something like that. And now she was killed in Bad Batch as well. So yeah, for whatever reason, Disney and George Lucas and anything Star Wars basically hates Shaak Ti for some reason. But yeah, so Shaak Ti, we saw her corpse getting carried out on a medical thing. And you see her lightsaber fall out. Yeah, so those are some cool cameos. It was kind of cool to see Kanan, aka Caleb's cameo, although that does rewrite Kanan the Last Padawan a little bit, just being that the Bad Batch was there. And it was kind of cool to see that. I think that was Freddie Prinze Jr. Voicing him. I kind of want to make sure before I say that. Freddie Prinze. Because, like, that was kind of the funny part. Was I was kind of under the impression, I know, like, this was, like, 14 years before Rebels takes place, but I always assumed that Caleb was probably about 13 or 14. And the funny part is he sounds like he's like 20 in it. And like I always assumed Caleb was like 14 when Order 66 happened. It was, but I mean, it really brought like an actual like weight to what's going on, because like for the Star Wars fans that know about like Rebels and stuff, you know about the whole that Caleb Dune is Kanan Jarrus, and that the tragedy that happened with him and Master Dipa, and it's still like it made it worse now because it was with clones that we knew, and the fact that most of the Bad Batch didn't know what Order 66 was, and they were just trying to help Caleb, was probably the most heartbreaking part of that whole scene. Was Hunter trying to help him, and Caleb couldn't trust him because he saw all the other clones, and Crosshairs was the one that was just attacking Caleb because he still had the inhibitor chip in him. And they explain away that like everybody, all of them did have inhibitor chips, but Echo's experimentation kind of erased his. And then everybody else, their mutations kind of messed with the chip, except for Crosshairs, which actually, when you think about, I was sitting there thinking about it, and this does make a lot of sense when it boils down to it. And that's basically that Hunter, his ability is like just basically tracking and everything. That's not needed like a murderous intent. Wrecker likes to destroy stuff. I mean, yeah, you can have murderous intent in that, but it's not 100%. And he always seemed to be more concerned with destroying droids. And then Tech is a hacker, or hacker and specialist, whatever you want to call it. So he has no murderous intent in it. But Crosshairs, his whole objective is to shoot to kill, which is definitely a lot of murderous intent. So it did keep the inhibitor chip like strong. So I was thinking, yeah, that's probably why his would still work. I mean, it wasn't as strong as like a regular clone's, but it still would get his to work. So after that, we kind of just go back to Camino. We see how much the clone troopers have changed. I'm going to take this hat off. I'm sorry. It's just too much hair right now. I can't really wear the hat. But yeah, so we get the whole Empire has changed the clones and everything like that. And what was kind of, he walks over, he's like, "Hey, what's going on?" And they're like, "Get out of my way!" Oh yeah, they don't seem like they changed, which is kind of nice to see. Like, what's, I guess not nice, but what's kind of interesting to see, which is that these 5 clones are like amazing, basically changing the tides of wars as you've seen in the Clone Wars episodes and in this. and they're treated like garbage by the other clones. It's like they're 100% better than most of the clones, but because they're different, they're treated like garbage. Which we are then shown the clone's perspective of Palpatine's speech of transferring the Republic over to the Empire. And what was the coolest shot about that was you pull out and you see all the other clones like cheering and stuff like that, and just the 5 of them standing there, and again showing that they're different. That's going to probably be a major theme of this show, which is showing that they're different, obviously. But that was like a really cool shot to me, was the fact that like they were even then standing in defiance, even if the ending happens the way it does. I'm not going to get into that yet. I will announce a spoiler warning when we get there, but yeah. So anyways, after that, we are introduced to Omega, and she's brought off to be a medical assistant to the Kaminoans, which they don't really announce per se. Sorry, it's garbage day, so I'm getting notifications on my phone about the garbage truck passing by. And actually, you know what? Why don't we just bring Instagram Live in on this too? Why not? But anyway, so yeah, we go on to meet Omega, and they're dropping hints throughout the whole episode that she is a like a clone, but they don't really say it yet. They just kind of mention, like, they go, "Don't you have parents to go to?" or something like that, and then she goes, "Oh, what's parents?" And like, here's something along the lines like, "That was a weird question to ask," and there we go. But yeah, so they go on about how it was like a weird question to ask and everything like that. And then it's brought to, they kind of keep pulling her away last minute before, or something happens last minute before she finally says she's a clone, or somebody says she's a clone. And the Wreckers, I'm going to say the Wreckers a lot because they remind me of the Wreckers, or the Transformers, the Wreckers. But yeah, they kind of just, the Bad Batch is tested to see how good they are at like combat, and it proves really well at first and everything. Then Tarkin shows up, decides to basically tell them that they need, or basically put live rounds against them and everything, and Wrecker gets shot. Everybody else kind of like improvises and does really well, and Tarkin still has questioning of their their loyalty, and says that one of them did turn in the report about Hunter letting a Jedi go, which the Jedi was Caleb Din. And after that, they kind of just keep noted, like, they are sent on a task mission to destroy a separatist cell. Well, they're told it's a separatist cell. Sorry, I just noticed I had like dust like this thick on my doorknob over here. That there was basically a separatist cell on Onderon. And for us, a Star Wars fan, we know what Onderon is, and we know that it's going to go south pretty quick, and we don't know if they're going to follow or not. We know that Saw Gerrera's there. So they go down. Hi, Angie. They go down and they start tracking, and then they realize that there's just basically civilians down there, kids and everything, and Tarkin wanted them to shoot at the civilians and at the kids. Again, the only one that's fine with following the orders is Crosshairs, and he keeps bringing up the famous "good soldiers follow orders" line, and right then and there, you know that he's got the inhibitor chip working on him, which, big shock, not really, but yeah. So then it's brought up with, they meet with Saw, who again is voiced by Forrest Whitaker. I'm so happy they keep bringing Forrest Whitaker back to consistently voice Saw. But yeah, he basically kind of boils down that like all of them are refugees. This isn't even the partisans yet; it's just refugees, and that was really kind of cool to see. That like it's the early days of the rebellion, early days of the partisans, early days of all that stuff, and basically we get to have them start sending back, and Omega's kind of looking around their apartment, and she gets arrested, or not arrested, but detained, or whatever you want to call it. And they come back and they notice that there's no communication going on and stuff like that. And they land, and they're almost immediately surrounded by shock troopers, which is basically Republic but Imperial police, and are thrown in the brig. So that's where they find Omega. I forgot to mention, they went back to Camino just to save Omega. And that's when Tech finally says that she's an enhanced clone. And the explaining behind it was actually pretty cool, because early on, Tarkin asks how many enhanced clones they had, and Lama Su says that there are 5, and we as the audience as well are led to believe that Echo was one of them. I was even sitting there as like, okay, yeah, the 4 of them plus Echo, even though Echo wasn't born enhanced. And I was just thinking like that. And he mentions, he goes, no, she said 5 advanced clones. Echo was a regular. That must mean that Omega's the last clone. And I thought it was obvious and everything. I was like, yeah, it was kind of obvious, but I didn't think of it in that logical way. Just because of the constant hints that they dropped. There's a food fight earlier on in the show I forgot to mention, where right before that, a clone's insulting them and goes like, oh yeah, the Sad Batch found their next recruit. And it's like, okay, like if you didn't think, okay, Omega's a defective clone, you didn't think to yourself, oh, what do they mean a new recruit? Like just because she's a random person. But yeah, no, it's confirmed she's a Jango Fett clone that's defective and ended up being, I think there's a hint later on that she might be empathic. But yes, the empathic and also female, obviously, instead of the male Jango Fett clones that we have. And also, she's just a kid. She's probably about Boba Fett's age when we see him in Attack of the Clones, I'm thinking. But, yeah, so she's 10 in that, so that would mean she's about, like, in real time, 4 or 5 years old. Because when you think about it, the clones are a lot younger than they actually perceive, because they're, I think, double or tripled aging. But, yeah, so they are trying to figure out a way out, and Crosshairs gets taken away. And you know from then that either Crosshairs was loyal the whole time or something was going on, and they started experimenting on Crosshairs, and they like basically charged up his inhibitor chip and made him more loyal to the Empire and always follow orders. And then after that, we kind of get a funny scene of them breaking out. What cracked me up the most was Wrecker's first. So they found a weak spot in the cell that Wrecker could punch through and they could break out. And what really cracked me up was Wrecker's first punch. Like he's a big buff hulky guy. He's like, okay, let me try. He's like, it didn't work. He should have. Like just the fact that he's like, it didn't work. But yeah, after his second one, it pulls enough back where Omega could sneak through because she's tiny and can get to places most people can't. And then they have to distract, and just basically anytime Wrecker says anything in this, it's pretty hilarious because she keeps accidentally making sounds. And Wrecker's like, oh, I'm sorry, that's me because I'm not genetically put together the same as you or something. Like basically like stammering through an excuse. And then Omega falls through the ceiling, knocks out the clones, and lets the rest of the crew out. And they have to go and find their gear. And the best part, and I'm going to grab it right now because, I mean, it's reassuring for me, is Wrecker is shown to have basically a teddy bear through the whole episode that like means a lot to him. It's great to see this big bulky guy it's holding a teddy bear and everything like that, especially since I have one. I have a lot of stuffed animals, you guys noticed, for multiple reasons. But yeah, that was pretty great to see that like this big hulking macho guy has a little teddy bear that like keeps him calm, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so after that, we revealed that Crosshairs is now working with the Empire with new armor. The new armor is the coolest part because the new armor is all black. And like I was sitting there as like, okay, the Elite Clone Trooper toy that came out, is that going to be Crosshair? And I was kind of right. I wasn't right though, but he does have basically the Elite Trooper armor. So we'll talk about theories for this in a few minutes, and I'll explain why. But yeah, so basically it ends up in like basically a standstill till a shootout between the Bad Batch and Crosshair with a few clone troopers. And then they end up getting away and said that they're heading to a planet called J19. So that's the whole episode, 75 minutes of it summed up in 22 and a half minutes. We're going to kind of talk about what I think of the show altogether so far. I'm going to Google how many episodes there are. And then we're going to try to figure out what the rest of the show is really going to be and who we might see. And then we're going to talk about theories with stuff that's been mentioned. So I am going to close out of Instagram. For everybody watching, I'm going to be popping in and out of Instagram Live all day today. So I do apologize, but YouTube's the main focus. But yeah, so altogether, I really liked the episode. And I liked that it was like its own mini movie. And it really felt like if they decided that this was all they're going to do with Bad Batch, I'd be fine with that. It was a good show. It's 16 episodes, so we're going to be getting a lot of episodes, and I think it's actually going to crawl over to Loki too, because that's about 4 months of episodes. But yeah, so anyways, I thought if they didn't choose to do the next 15 episodes, I would have been fine with it. But like, it's great to kind of just get this introduction that we got for Clone Wars with this. Because if I remember right, I got Clone Wars right here, so I'm going to pull it up. I think Clone Wars almost has the same exact runtime. Let's see. For those of you who didn't know, you can actually look at the runtime on the back of the thing here. Let's see. Soundtrack available. It's just always hard to find because it is 98 minutes. So it's a little longer than Bad Batch, but still, it still had that same feeling, just way better. As you guys know in my ranking all the Star Wars videos, the Clone Wars was it was given a 1 out of 16. It was my 16th least favorite, which now it's my 17th favorite Star Wars thing. Bad Batch right now, I can't give a full ranking to it. However, I am placing it kind of the same area as the Clone Wars series, not the Clone Wars movie, which I think was in the top 8. I can't remember. So yeah, it should be within that. Excuse me. Within that area. It was a great start for a new show, and it's great to see that we're back in that era. Really, really enjoyed it. Really liked it. Favorite character so far is Tech. Tech was my favorite character in Clone Wars. But yeah, I just kind of like his know-it-all demeanor and stuff like that, and just kind of how he's the calm one, usually out of the group because he's cold and tactical. He just likes to show off he's a know-it-all. I was watching Star Wars Explained the other day, and they're talking about the Bad Batch. I never realized that they and what's funny is I mentioned how they have the same personality tropes as Republic Commandos, but they have the same personality tropes as the Ninja Turtles, and it's starting to make me think of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. There's an episode in that where they're talking about like how every group has like a certain I want to say like personality trait that defines them in the group, and it's like the brains, the looks, the wild card, and the muscle. So like it's making, and then like that makes me think of that with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But we have to replace the look with the leader. I mean, that's usually what it goes towards anyways. But yeah, so obviously the brains is Tech, the looks is Hunter, the wild card is Crosshair, and Wrecker is the muscle. And Echo, I don't know where we put Echo. I do like Echo, don't get me wrong, but like he doesn't fit in that trope. In terms of Always Sunny, I'm not saying this to be offensive, but it's literally how they say it in Always Sunny. Echo's a worthless chick. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, that's Echo's D in this situation. But Echo actually, besides that joke, he is actually pretty useful, it seems like, even though he is kind of just the same as Tech in a sense. Tech can do all the stuff that Echo can do. They even kind of hint at that earlier when, excuse me, sorry, gonna be a long 5 hours. But yeah, so basically we get to the point where Echo is basically the same as Tech. Sorry, I drew a blank really quick when I was saying that. So I think this is going to explore them finding more clones throughout the time. I know Rex is going to appear later. I hope we get Delta Squad. I hope we get the Cody, Jesse. Wait, no, Jesse died. I'm sorry, not Jesse. But I hope we get more clones that we know survived Order 66 and the Purge and stuff like that. Maybe I was thinking about this the other day. I know they've come and gone in the comics and everything, but it'd be really cool for them to bring up Scar Squadron or Scar Squad, whatever it was called. It was the enhanced clone trooper or stormtroopers. I hope we could kind of find like, or they show in that like the foundation of Scar Squad, and like maybe the Bad Batch has to fight them or something like that. That would be kind of a cool final boss, them or the Delta Squad, to be able to do that in the show. I'm hoping we also see the evolution of clone troopers into stormtroopers. I know it took a little while for that to become a thing in canon, but that would be a really, really cool thing to see. Okay, so I keep wow, I keep talking. When that happens, I run out of oxygen and I have to yawn. So I apologize for the yawning ahead of time. But yeah, I hope they explore more clones. I hope they explore more characters that are kind of in that between episode 3 and episode 4 era. Hopefully we'll see Cassian Andor. We know we'll see Fennec Shand. Let me look at Rebels and think of who else. Maybe we'll see Kanan again. Like maybe this if they're only doing one season, these 16 episodes will go basically throughout those 14 years between that and Rebels. And we'll see Kanan and Hera. Maybe we'll see Zeb. Maybe we'll see Zeb. Maybe we'll see the takeover of Lasan. I never even thought of that, but we could possibly see them being hired by the Lasan to help defend and it failing or something like that, or maybe we'll just see something along those lines. So I'm at the halfway mark of this hour, so we're going to start talking about theories for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll talk about other shows. So first off, the first one I want to bring up is the Elite Squad Clone Trooper. So we know, I think from promotional material and also from toys, that there is something called the Elite Squad Clone Trooper, which is black with green visor. Kind of looks like Death Troopers. So I do have two theories about this one that I'm going to carry on about for about 5 minutes, and we're going to talk about two other things. So I think these Elite Squad Clone Troopers are going to end up being Crosshair's new squad. And I say that because we see Crosshair's new armor is completely black and everything like that. So I think he's going to be commanding a unit of elite clone troopers that were tested on and stuff like that to see who were the best clones. Excuse me. And basically they're going to be the main antagonist possibly towards the Bad Batch until they get Crosshairs back. And then they're probably going to get like Cody or something. Also, I'm doing a 5-hour live stream, so I'm sorry I'm eating while I'm doing it. Yeah, and then it goes on to things such as, I'm sorry, when I stop and eat, I get confused. Well, yeah, and then it's going to go on to like being like Cody's team or something like that. Or maybe Crosshair kills them all and then a new team shows up. But I do think we're going to get Crosshairs back on the team relatively quickly. But yeah, and I also think that these guys might turn out to be Death Troopers in the future. What I mean by that is these elite troopers are going to be the precursors to Death Troopers. Basically, the armor looks almost exactly the same, except one is Phase 2 clone armor, one's Death Trooper armor, but the colors and everything like that all match. So I could totally see that being a thing. Maybe the Death Troopers we see in Rebels and Rogue One and stuff like that are clone troopers that were augmented to be like better and bigger and everything like that. I know that we've read in books and everything so far that people can become Death Troopers, but maybe these original Death Troopers were clone troopers that they augmented and experimented on. I could totally see that being a thing. Next would be just basically maybe they're already augmented clones that the Kaminoans were either forced to make or were holding back on with Tarkin. Because Tarkin did seem interested about these augmented clones, and I could totally see him trying to push a way to make more of those so the Empire can have like some sort of elite death squad. And they can also show that with Scar Squadron and everything like that. Which would be once they kind of perfected the augmentation on clones, using them as guinea pigs and stuff like that, they start taking regular humans in. It could even possibly happen that Bad Batch becomes Scar Squadron, which would be a really sad ending to this, but I could totally see that happening. Just for the fact, I can't remember the person's name or that stormtrooper's name in the comics because it was so long ago. But there was a stormtrooper with the same build as Wrecker in that. And there's also a sharpshooter and stuff like that. If you guys haven't heard about Scar Squadron, look it up. It's actually pretty interesting, but Bad Batch did it better. Whew. All right. So at the end, it mentions a planet called J19 and that they're going to see a friend. So let's talk about what J19 could be and who this mysterious friend they're talking about is. Really hard to talk and eat. But yeah, so Scar Squadron, or God, I see when I do these stops. This is what I have to go through when I edit. Is I'll cough or I'll burp or realize I'm saying something wrong, and then I completely lose track of what I'm doing. No, I'm choking. Anyways, J19. We have no idea what that planet could be. I'm actually going to Google it right now, just to make sure there isn't anything established. But that is not a name that is familiar with me. But yeah, J19. There's actually stuff on here. Yeah, so J19 is fairly new. The only thing that pops up in canon is a type of rifle, which is a J19 electroscope. So we have not been introduced to this planet yet. It could honestly be a planet that we already know about, and it's just code for it. And what I kind of do like about the Bad Batch here is that basically we have no idea. Like, we've seen only 2 of their missions, and they've had apparently so many throughout the Clone Wars that these missions are could be at different planets that they gave code names that most people, like J19 could be Corellia, for example. Like, we've heard of Corellia, but they code named it J19 for whatever reason, or it could be something from obscure from the books that we don't really think of. Like I can't remember Lost Stars Jerusalem, I think it was called. Can't remember, but from Lost Stars, where the main characters came from, started with a J, so that could be it right there. But the real question is, who are they meeting there? I don't think it's Rex, in all honesty. The reason why I don't think it's Rex is because this is basically fresh after Order 66. It's probably right. The whole ending of this is probably happening while Anakin's getting rebuilt into Vader. So I don't think at that point they're going to know where Rex is. I don't think they know. They don't even know Ahsoka, as far as we know. But it could honestly be Fennec Shand. Fennec Shand could be somebody they worked with in the past, and they're looking for her to help them out. Or maybe it's some random bounty hunter, and this is where they're going to get the idea to do mercenary jobs. It could possibly be anyone that we've already been introduced to. It could be somebody that we're not introduced to. We've had that happen multiple times already with, I think Marvel did it, where it's like, oh, I know a guy, and it ends up, oh yeah, in WandaVision, they say that they know a guy that everybody thought was going to be somebody big and important, and it just ended up being a military person. I mean, it wasn't Reed Richards or anything like that. So, I mean, they could just be saying, we know somebody, we have a friend that we could go and meet with. Although I will say, Star Wars does have that feeling of kind of, it's a big galaxy, but everybody knows somebody. So I do have a feeling it's going to be somebody that we already know. Like I said, probably Fennec Shand. I don't think it's going to be Rex yet, because Rex is probably still in hiding. But it could possibly be another clone that defected. I can't think of the name, but there was an episode, or could be Gregor Wolf too. I wouldn't be surprised if it was any of those, because, like, literally, I have a feeling their friend is going to be a clone. Hi, John. So next we're going to be discussing the last theory, and that is about what I mentioned earlier with Omega. There was a hint that she might have some sort of force sensitivity on the sense of empathy. And what I mean by that is like Crosshairs was all like on the verge of just following orders without even I can't think of the word, without even jumping, like without even getting brainwashed or whatever. And I think that when she went on to his, when Omega touched his shoulder, it was like, it's not your fault, something like that. He completely changed. And then he got taken away right immediately after. So I think that will kind of be her like augmentation, and also that she's a medical assistant. Maybe she uses that to help calm down people who are in distress while they're being medical and hospitalized and stuff like that. And maybe that's why the Kameoans are keeping her so close, is because this is an augmented clone that is actually force sensitive, and the Empire just really wiped out anybody that was force sensitive, as far as everybody knows that basically if you were force sensitive, you're dead or being hunted down. Because as we know, people didn't know the Emperor was force sensitive. People knew about Vader, but they didn't know that he was, they just thought he was some intimidating godlike creature and stuff like that. But it's kind of just, I have a big feeling that she's going to have some force sensitivity to her, and it's going to be low level. We've seen low level force sensitivity constantly, so I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that she is force sensitive. And I mean, we know that you can move force sensitivity to clones, which usually causes issues like not being identical to the host and stuff like that, like we had with Rey's father being a Palpatine clone that wasn't 100% the same as Palpatine and didn't even have force sensitivity. However, we did notice that when you give too much midichlorians to a clone, they do start to deteriorate. So that's why I don't think she's going to be that powerful in the Force. But I have a feeling it's got to be something to do with that random touch on the back, and like the fact that like she appears at the beginning and then disappears and stuff like that. Has to be something force sensitive. I will die on this stand until episode 16 that she has some sort of force sensitivity. I'm not thinking about it because of like Baby Yoda and stuff like that. It makes sense to me that that's what it would be. Could totally be wrong, and I'm fine with being wrong. But I really, really hope that I'm right. It would be really, really cool to see that. So we're basically got 15 minutes left in this hour. 13 really, because I was 3 minutes late. And I'm also running out of things to talk about for this hour, so we might start the next part faster. But I do still want to talk about the other shows that are coming out and my thoughts on them and what else I'm excited about. So I am going to pull up a list of the Star Wars shows. We're also going to be looking up. Actually, I just realized something. I can probably still stream live on Instagram and Google off my iPhone or iPod. So that's what I am going to do. We're going to set that up really quick. Here we go. But yeah, when there will be a point where I do have to contact the people that are visiting later. So Instagram will be pulled. Dang it. Maybe. Okay. Ah! Oh, and I'm also going to be Googling about new figures and stuff like that soon. So when that goes on, Instagram's going to go down, but we'll still keep YouTube live. However, like I said, I'm going to Google as much as I can on my iPod here, and we're going to talk about the future Star Wars shows and what our thoughts on them are. So let's go ahead, look at our first one. So, and Rogue Squadron we'll talk about really quick too. So future Star Wars. Just a fun fact, the rapper Future is 37 years old. All right, so we got the Bad Batch today, which we already talked about. But next we got Book of Boba Fett, which is going to be kind of a... I heard it's supposed to be a bridge between season 2 and 3 of The Mandalorian, which is really cool that we're going to get Boba Fett's own story where he's going to finally be able to do something. We never really get to see people or Boba Fett do anything, and it's great to see that he's finally going to be doing something and everything like that, because for a character that's got such a cult following in the shows, he's really, in the movies, he's never really done anything. The first time he's done something actually badass was in Mandalorian Season 2, and he's going to continue doing that in Book of Boba Fett. And then hopefully we'll get to see him in Season 3 of The Mandalorian. Which I do want to touch upon just one quick thing, which is my wish list for the next season of Mandalorian. And it's just that we get Baby Yoda back. Hey, Sean, can't wait to see you later on the show. So Sean's here on Instagram. He's going to be coming on about hour 3 or 4, and we're going to be talking, we're going to be playing Sabbacc. So, yeah. And then, so we got Rogue Squadron coming up next. That's going to be, coming out for a movie next. And it's going to be Patty Jenkins. And it's going to be a new generation of fighters. A wish for that I have is we do get some of Alphabet Squadron in on that. Maybe as mentors or something like that. I did just finish Victory's Price, which we'll be reviewing probably in hour 3. Hour 3 is going to be a little bit of everything, a toy review, stuff like that. We are going to do an unboxing that was supposed to be hour 3 at the beginning, or we're going to be doing that at the beginning of hour 2, but we're only taking one thing out of it and continuing on from there. But yeah, so after that, we got Rogue Squadron, I just mentioned. There's an untitled Taika Waititi film, which I am excited for that, just because of how he is in Thor Ragnarok and stuff like that, and how he directed the finale of season 1 of The Mandalorian was great. Excuse me. Obi-Wan Kenobi show is going to be phenomenal just with the cast alone. We're finally getting Hayden Christensen back and stuff like that. I'm hoping we get an explanation to the line, "You should never come back," and how Obi-Wan knows Darth Vader is Anakin, which, we'll figure that out for sure. I'm just excited to see Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen back in their roles. I'm excited to see how they're going to show Hayden Christensen, considering the deformed state of Darth Vader. Next would be Ahsoka, which Ahsoka is going to take place after the ending of Rebels and season 2 of The Mandalorian. So we'll be seeing a lot of stuff. I'm hoping we get Sabine on that. It would be really cool to see her and everything like that. Next is Rangers of the New Republic, which this one has had a lot of speculation behind, because it was supposed to be Cara Dune. from what we were told. But now that Gina Carano's gone, we don't know what it's going to be. To a climactic story event. So it's supposed to just tie in with Mandalorian and stuff like that. However, I'm hoping that it focuses on like Hera, maybe hopefully characters we already know mixed with new characters. I like that Mandalorian had all new characters and everything like that, but it's nice to see some familiar faces, especially in something that sounds like it's going to be an ensemble show like that. Next would be Lando. Nobody said anything if it's Billy D or if it's can't think of his name, Donald Glover. Nobody said anything about which one of those it is going to be next, or for the Lando show. I'm hoping we get both. Like it's kind of just. I hope it's a Lando Chronicles show, kind of like what he was hinting at in Solo. And we get to see all these crazy adventures, and they might not be true. They might be true, stuff like that. That would be really, really cool to see. And then we also got Andor. I know Diego Luna's confirmed. I don't see if Adam Tunik's confirmed. It would be cool to see K2SO, but I'd understand if they didn't have him in yet, just for the fact that it seemed like his and K2's alliance was not set yet. And as you know, in in the Cassian and K2 comic, that it was just brought recently, or that their friendship, or whatever you want to call it, was just recently made. So next we have the Acolyte, which is going to be a High Republic story, mystery thriller revolving around the Sith, which is going to be really, really kind of cool to see. I'm hoping, hi John, that we get like some sort of sense of like Darth Plagueis, maybe Darth Plagueis' master. I hope we don't get like the whole Palpatine origin until it's like later in the series or something like that. I think all of these are confirmed only to have one season so far. So I would not be surprised if we have all these little secluded stories really quick, and then we'll be launched into a whole new different thing, or maybe they will renew them to new seasons. Either way, I'm going to enjoy most of it, it looks like. And then the other thing we have is Star Wars Visions, which is going to be an anime-style Star Wars series. I'm excited for that because I have friends who are huge anime fans, and I can't wait to kind of encourage them to watch that with me. So I'm going to try to talk about this for 2 more minutes, and then we're going to move on to the next part, which is the part of the unboxing. I'm going to take one thing out really quick, and then we're going to go and do what hour 2 is planned to do, which I will announce on here in a minute. But yeah, so for those of you who are watching, what's your most favorite upcoming Star Wars thing? I am still excited for Bad Batch, but I will say myself, I'm very excited for just to see what Rangers of the High Republic is going to end up being. Because, like I said, I think it was originally supposed to be a Cara Dune and someone else show, and then ended up being not that because she got fired. So I am going to go ahead, bring out the big box here. I'm going to lift it up a little bit so you guys can see. So this is part of the Star Wars unboxing today. I know everything that's in here because I couldn't order anything, but you guys don't. So there are 4 things in here. I am going to take one out right now because our next hour is a Lego live build. So we're going to be building the last Lego Star Wars set that I have yet to get. I actually ended up getting this for free, funny enough. My friend bought the Razor Crest, and I gave him my Lego card while he was doing that. And then I was planning to buy this for today anyways. And he went and bought that and used my card. And then they tell me that I have $40 for free on here, which $40 set. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and start building now. And then this will probably take about 40 minutes. I'm going to take a little bit of a bathroom break after that. And then we're going to be watching or talking about future Lego Star Wars sets. So yeah, and then after that, we'll be doing the unboxing. So I'm going to be commenting on here what hour 2 is really quick. This is a very unpleasant position, just so you know. TIE Fighter live build. All right, so we're at hour 2. I know we're 5 minutes early, but we're at hour 2. So this is a 3-bag set. Some of this might go a little bit faster than expected, which is fine. We'll do a review on it as well while we do that. So yeah, this is for those of you joining, this is a 5-hour live stream that we're going to be doing today of Star Wars, since it is Star Wars Day. I do plan in the future to do this on Pokemon Day as well as Superhero Day. I found out Superhero Day too late this year, so could not do it, unfortunately. However, I'm excited to do this right now. I've been planning this for about 3 weeks, or 4 or 5 weeks. So yeah, have a lot to plan out and do today and stuff like that. And I hope you guys are excited. I'm most excited for hour 4, where we'll be doing Sabbacc. So that's something I'm really, really excited for. And like I said, I'm going to quickly close Instagram just because I do have to keep my friend in the loo for when he comes over to do the Sabbacc play with me. But we're going to go ahead and start building this. So first part's done, which is the TIE pilot. And if you guys want to talk while we're building, that's fine by me. I might go a little silent because I did just talk for an hour straight. So, but I will try my best to keep it interesting while I'm building. I gotta say though, I love building TIE fighters. I think this is my 3rd or 4th. I'm not sure. Kind of wish I had my an easier way to show off my city than to drive all 40 minutes to go and look at it. But yeah, so hopefully next year we'll be able to do that. But you never know. So I am going to give Sean a quick heads up while we're doing this. And excuse me. Sean's also going to be a hero and drop off some food for me. But yeah, so Sean's going to be basically a hero, drop off food. We're going to be eating while we play Sabbacc. I'm sorry. It's just how I am. I need to eat every 2-3 hours. And doing a 5-hour live stream is going to be really, really hard to not eat at any time. So I do notice we have some people watching. So if you guys want to leave comments, go right ahead. I'll be excited. So Sean will probably be here for hour 5. That will be our last hour. Hour 4, I believe, we'll be doing the try to do the podcast idea that I had. It might only be about a half an hour. But if we could get other people on Instagram to join in, I'd be fine with that as well. So if you guys are not subscribed, be sure to subscribe on here. Also, be sure to follow me on Instagram. All my social media is the same exact name. It's that Nerd Ryan. And yeah, I'm just trying to get by on that and see how that goes. Make sure that you guys also have a great Star Wars Day. I'm really excited to be doing this with you guys today. I do want to mention something that really cool happened to me today while I'm building this. Was I actually was able to get myself featured on Good Mythical Morning today with the Wheel of Mythicality thing. I was actually able to get my little snippet in. It made fun of me a little bit, but that's fine. I was honestly really quiet. But yeah, that was I was like blown away, and I had a feeling it was going to happen because I was showing off my Marvel collection, and they were doing a video about like when superheroes were released. So it was actually really cool to wake up to that this morning. But yeah, and maybe we'll get Angie on here later because I know you guys love Angie more than me. But yeah, we'll have a lot of fun today, and hope we get some people over here to be able to include themselves in this little shindig that we got going on. This table will not be this high for the whole day, I will tell you that, because this is already hurting my arms. But for the live build, you gotta do it. I pretty much lucked out with this too, because this is actually a very hard set to find, surprisingly. At least over by where I am. I had to go all the way out to the Lego store, which is like a 45-minute drive for me, just to pick it up. And then, of course, after I pick it up, it shows up everywhere. Which is just my luck, but I mean, it was a fun adventure anyways. And I got it for free that way. So I shouldn't really be complaining, but yeah, it's just interesting that like a regular old TIE fighter is one of the hardest sets to find. All right, so for those of you who haven't watched my live builds before, I do get quiet when I'm trying to look for a piece, so I do apologize on that. It's just a focus sort of thing. But yeah, what is your guys' favorite ships? Make sure you comment what you guys like the most. I'm going to try to pull up Instagram again while we're doing that. Not going to be a long time on there. I know I'm sporadically kind of jumping in and out on Instagram. I do apologize for people who are watching later and are getting annoyed that my Instagram has been up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. But it's whatever. It's how I got to do it. Now it's harder to reach. Jeez. Okay, there we go. I don't want to comment. Okay, I guess I'll be. I'm sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. I was trying not to comment, and all of a sudden, comment came up. So I had to randomly send something so that way it would not keep doing that. But yeah. So that's what we're basically working on right now is just a live build, which I do monthly. So if you guys do enjoy this section, be sure to subscribe. Because in all honesty, if I get more subscribers, I'm willing to do live builds more frequently. Because Lego does cost a lot of money, I can't do it as frequently as I would like. All right, so I'm trying to find another one of these pieces, and I can't find it right now for whatever reason. Oh, we also have a tradition on here. Wherever I drop something, I take a drink of something. The only downside is my phone is being held up by the only empty drink that I have. So, yeah, that's fun. I'm only saying that because I have a feeling I dropped this on accident, and that's why I can't find it. I'm going to give it one more second, though, because I could just be blind as a bat. It could be right in front of me. Let's see. Oh, it's not in the bag. And not down there. So I am just crazy, I guess. because I can't find this piece. And of course, it's an important piece. This has also become a tradition for us, is that I always can't find an important piece. And yay, we reached hour one, or hour two, even though I announced hour two like 5 minutes ago. But that's fine. Why can't I find this piece? Because there's so much gray here. That's probably why. Okay, come on. Come to Ryan. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Oh, that's where it was. It was under cockpit. Iris. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. I hope everybody is having a great Star Wars day. And I just hope everybody's doing good in the world today. Luckily, I am semi-off today because I do consider this partially a job. I know that sounds weird because I don't get paid for it, but the end game is to eventually be able to get paid from YouTube, no matter how long it takes. So yeah, this part's considered a job, especially since I have to take forever to stream like this. And this is literally a 5-hour shift with no break. But it's doing something I love and talking about something I love. So I'm happy that we got some people watching while we're doing this. But yeah, we're building this right now. So yeah, later on, like I said, we're getting next hour we're going to be doing a unboxing / review / show off, all Star Wars themed. Then stuff like that, which reminds me, so for the few of you that actually watched the Big Bag review, which honestly you should, because out of everything, that one takes the most effort to make. I will probably not be having a Star Wars figure in that review just due to the fact that we will be reviewing it today. I did scramble to pick up one before today and lucked out. Fortunately, it's not one of the cool ones, but it's still a figure I didn't have, thus making it cool for me. But yeah, and it was, I got a story behind that we'll get to when we do that, because that is, it's such a clutch story. It's hilarious. But yeah, I'm excited to get to that point. I'm excited for this whole day, to be honest. All the planning that went into this and everything is just really, really awesome. All the people that I've contacted and stuff like that. I'm hoping next year we'll be able to get some well-known Star Wars YouTubers on here, and like in the future, Marvel and Pokemon and stuff like that once we do that next year. But I digress, because I feel like it would be really cool to kind of like get like Star Wars Explained, to just do like a Q&A for like an hour or something like that. Or like if we did do the Pokemon one, M&J TV, or Star Wars Theory, Birdkeeper Toby, stuff like that. That would be really, really cool, just to be able to have that conversation for an hour on here. So yeah, if anybody knows anybody, I'm kidding. But yeah, that's kind of my hopes and aspirations for these day-long live streams that I'm doing. The only downside is the Pokemon stuff, having a live build would be very, very hard to do, just for the fact that like they do have like a Lego sort of thing, but those are a lot faster and easier to build than an actual Lego set. So wait, did I miss something? I did miss something. Oh, sorry. This is where I'm at right now. But yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting plans for the show. Also, later on tonight, I am posting a Star Wars video. It's going to be reviewing my favorite Star Wars movie of all time, Empire Strikes Back. Unfortunately, just due to the timing of the series going on right now of reviewing all the Star Wars and stuff like that, that's the video that had to be posted today. It couldn't be something more fun. However, I'd prefer that over the trying to do double duty today. So I'll go on a little bit about the video making process for stuff, just so you guys understand what I mean by that. So I do film basically most of the stuff that you guys watch in a month, the month prior, just because, I mean, at least 20 videos a month is very hard to kind of shoot within the allotted time frame of that week. So I do write basically what I am going to be doing the first week of the month. So like later after this, that's what I'm planning on doing today, is basically sitting here and planning out what am I going to film for next month. And then after I get that initial planning done, I'll take a day and try to film at least half of it, and then another day and finish off the rest of that. The only stipulations are the movie reviews, because I do have to actually literally sit there and watch the movie. I can't just BS my way through it. And then the toy reviews and stuff like that, because I do have to pick that up the day before posting about it. But other than that, like, so my Marvel videos, my Pokemon videos, and my Star Wars videos all are planned out a month ahead and recorded within that time frame, just for the fact that it's very time consuming to edit and to film and everything like that. And then after filming, I'll basically edit 1 or 2 videos a day. And once that's done, they'll be uploaded and everything like that. And then at the beginning of each week, I will be putting them on Premiere, just so that way people know what is coming up. But yeah, after that, then it's wash, rinse, repeat. And you probably noticed that I moved down here while I'm building, just because of the fact that, like, sitting like this is not comfortable while doing this, which it's funny, is Instagram, you can basically see me do what I'm doing under the table. But yeah, I'll try to switch back and forth. So since we're doing a Lego live build, anybody miss the times that they would actually give out minifigures for Star Wars Day? I really miss that. Those were like the best times, where you go in and it's some really, really exclusive figure. Now it's just little mini sets, and the mini sets, that's kind of cool. But still, at the side of the point, I'd rather have a minifigure than a mini set. And the part that stinks is I really only included myself in that. I think it was the last year or two where they finally decided, or where they were deciding to do that, or before they decided to stop it, which stinks, because like I said, that's like my favorite part of Star Wars Day, was getting the little minifigure that would come with the sets if you spent like $50 or something. But yeah, you know what I got with this, even though I didn't spend anything? I got a dots poly bag, to make a picture frame. And I was like, what am I going to do with this? So I ended up giving it to my friend. I was like, give it to your niece. I don't want it. But yeah, that's like the sad part now. I think there's a legal reason why they can't do that, but I'm not 100% sure. I do remember hearing there's a legal reason why they can't do CMF for Star Wars, just because it's considered an action figure, and Hasbro has the exclusive rights to that. So they can get sued by Hasbro technically. for doing that, which obviously we don't want. But yeah, hope you guys. Anybody watch the Bad Batch yet? I know that was the first hour was the Bad Batch, but I'm just wondering if anybody that might hop on has watched it yet. So far, I like it. All right. Oh, that's weird. So this is the fuselage on it. Oh, okay. So I looked at it wrong, and I thought that these little joints right here were supposed to flip the back of it out, and I was like, why is it like a trunk? But no, it's supposed to hold the top of the cockpit door. But yeah. Alright, so go ahead and do that. Alright, so we're almost done with bag one, which is going a little faster than I thought it would. We are actually perfect timing, I should say. That'd be good. Alright. But yeah, I still think that mythical thing this morning was the coolest thing that happened today. What a way to start your day off. Oh, man. I will tell you guys, it is really tiring. Oh, whoops. When you have to plan ahead like this, it does get really tiring of like making sure everything goes right. And I'm still like kind of in fear that something's not going to work out today. But I hope that it all honestly does, because this is just one of my favorite days of the year, I guess I should say. Which I know sounds kind of weird, but yeah, this and late September are always the best days of the year because of the fact that I'm missing a piece. Oh no, I'm not. But yeah, just because of the fact that like it's a day focused on Star Wars, and what I mean by September is usually that it's Force Friday is the last September of the week when they do Friday, which they haven't for the last few years, just due to the fact that one, you know what, and two, because COVID, that's what I meant by you know what. But because there hasn't been a Star Wars movie. I mean, we might get one later this year, possibly, I'm hoping, with all the shows that are being released. But you just never know. Right. Just when I thought I had it. All right. And there we go like that. And, whoops. Here's our cockpit for everybody. All right. So it is a lot. Wait, something's wrong. There's no way that I got. Oh, probably right down here. There we go. All right. So yeah, so far this is where we're at. But yeah, next stop is the first wing. And we got a like. All right. Now let's hope we get more subscribers. That's the only thing I'm hoping for. All right. Let's move on to bag 2. And that doesn't count when the bag's opening. Because like I said, I don't have anything to actually drink during this. Yeah. So I think the third bag's going to be exactly the same as the second, just because each does only one wing. All right. But yeah, so now we're going to be doing the droid really quick. The droid. Yeah. All right. So here is our droid. Let's continue on to the wing. All right. So I will probably, after we're done building this, do a bathroom break. What I'm going to do with that is I'm going to close out Instagram and mute the mic so you guys don't hear me. And we hope that nobody pops on and thinks that I'm just live streaming for nothing. And then, yeah. All right. There we go. So now it's time for my favorite part of this. Except for the fact that everything's the same color and it's really hard to distinguish what you need. Okay, there we go. And then, but yeah, it's gonna be a fun day coming. That's all I gotta say. Really, really fun day. And I mean, I shouldn't say coming because it's already started, but yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. All right. Wish I could play some music in the background, but I do not want to get in trouble with all that stuff going on. But yeah, I could try to serenade you guys, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If you really want to be serenaded, but I don't want to embarrass myself that much. I'm willing to embarrass myself, just not that far. Oh, that's interesting. So if I remember right, on the Solo TIE Fighter, you started at the sides. This one's starting at the top. Well, like I said, I could be wrong. It was, 3 years ago or something like that? I can't remember when Solo came out. No, it was between... Oh, so it was... No, it was 2018. Yeah, so 3 years ago. Can't believe that it's flown by that far with all the 5 of those movies coming out and everything like that. Just... I remember back in... during the prequels, it took 6 years just to get all those out. Now it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to do a movie every other year. Every year, every other one's going to be a sequel movie, and then everything else is anthology. I mean, yeah, they canceled Boba Fett and stuff like that, but still, we got solid Star Wars. We still have solid Star Wars because, I mean, with the TV shows and everything. But it was not like that back in the day. Back when I was 10. But yeah, it's nice to have it now, but like thinking back, it really was different for how they tried to push Star Wars. Because even like a lot of it back then was not as pushed down your throat, even with the toys, as it is now. And it's really interesting to think about that, because like how much merchandising you get off of Star Wars is just insane. Sorry, I lost my spot first. Don't have a drink to drink. Lost my spot for a second. But yeah. So now we're on to the next part. And yeah. So I will warn you that the next hour there will be a lot of loud box opening, just a heads up, and a lot of box tearing. I do apologize. I can reach for my scissors. However, it's still going to cause with the opening and everything like that to be excessively loud. I did try to get as much stuff to talk about and review as possible without breaking the bank, and that is new enough to be warranted to talk about. Thus, this being one of them. Looks like we're making good time to be able to review it a little bit. Almost lost the cockpit right there. There we go. But yeah, I hope this live stream doesn't cap or something like that. To conserve phone battery, I am closing out Instagram for now. Doesn't look like we're getting anybody on there anyway, so that's fine. All right, there we go. All right. So Sean's going to come in cosplaying. Just wanted to let you guys know he did message me. We're going to come in full cosplay and everything like that for you guys. It's going to be a special day. Next year, I'll probably do something like that. Which reminds me, we are going to talk about a certain thing that I do have to get off camera really quick to talk to you guys, or to show you guys that I'm really, really excited for. That will be part of Hour 3. And it's something you've seen before, but it's just, I love to brag about this. So I'll be bringing it out just to brag about it and just to show it off and everything like that. So yeah, like I said, I got a lot planned for today, and I hope we have some people stick around just to check it out, or to watch it later to check it out. Wow, these tilings are going to be tiny. It's supposed to be this tiny? I mean, it is a $40 set, so that would make sense. But yeah, that's scaring me a little bit. Oops. Okay, so it's supposed to be longer. There we go. All right. There we go. A lot of these little, I call them stands. I know they aren't, but little stands going on with this set. So there's that. Another one. And that. So I think I'm going to consider this in my fleet a TIE Scout, just for the fact that it's tinier. I know that tie Scotts aren't tinier, but it's got to have some reason to have that differentiation between the regular ties, in my opinion. Oh, wow, that's okay. I will be honest, when I first saw this like announced, I thought it was a junior set. And like I thought the X-Wing wasn't. I thought the X-Wing wasn't, but I thought this one was a junior set just because of the sheer like not size but the smallness of it, and was surprised to find out that it was considered a Lego set that they, or I mean a regular set that they were kind of remodeling Lego Star Wars to be a little bit more compact and cheaper, which is nice, but at the same time kind of stinks. It's nice that it's cheaper, but it stinks that you have all these other sets that are massive in comparison to this. Doom. Lots of stuff going on too. For Black on Black, lots of stuff. Oh, I know why it's doing this. That's why. So there's like the Black on Black here, which you can't even see, but here, let me try to get a little bit of the, as you can see right there, and right there. That's because of the I can't think of what it's called, the little stretchy things that, or the wiring. That's what I'm looking for, the wiring. Not that it's technically actually wiring, but you get what I mean. There we go. All right. Yeah, see, here's the wiring right here. Um, all right, I'm missing a piece again. So you know what? While I'm waiting for it to turn up, I'm going to do these other ones really quick. Oh, it's right in front of me, of course. Boom. All right. You see, that's what I meant, the wiring right there. Or that's what I meant by wiring. Yeah, this Black on Black's really hard, in all honesty, to like differentiate where you're at and stuff like that. So I mean, it's definitely like a younger set compared to the last TIE Fighter, but at the same time, it's still pretty challenging when you're going Black on Black. Okay, now we got the smaller pieces. They're going to be going right there and right here. So if you guys are watching this later and have any special requests on sets you want seen on here too, let me know. Really only willing to do Marvel, Star Wars, Harry Potter, and Jurassic Park. However, somebody has a suggestion, I can jump into anything. About to do a big no-no, so I apologize. Just put this in the wrong spot, and they did not come with a divider this time around. They had to improvise, just like the Bad Batch. Okay. So we might actually be able to squeeze this into the review hour instead, because it does look like this will be taking a full hour to do. We're close to it. But yeah, this is a new piece. I never recognized this one before. But yeah. All right. Wow, new ways of using pieces too. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Oh, I put that on wrong. I've never noticed this, but there is a right way to put the tie fuselage piece on, which is kind of funny, at least for me, because I mean, like I said, been building ties forever, and just literally noticed that right now. That shows how bad I am. Yeah, everything seems to be going fine with this, which is great. Okay. Next. All right. Now we got the wrapping. Which, how identical this is, I'm surprised that they didn't do it in a single bag and then just say, hey, just build this twice. But yeah, so here's the tie so far. I'm going to be leaving it like that. And now it's time to move on to the last bag. Let's go ahead and get to it. Not much left. All right. Stormtrooper time. And the Stormtrooper is made, finishing off the minifigures of this. All right. So let's move to the next portion. Okay, that was it's gonna slide off. Probably gonna actually have to have it laying like that. That's the other thing about this desk is it's actually really uneven because it's made to be like a laptop desk that like slants down. But yeah, usually pieces can stay pretty fine. But yeah, this thing's going to be slipping and sliding, I can already tell. Here you are. Like I said, doing this does consume a lot of time and energy. But yeah, this is a pretty small build compared to what I usually do, because I usually try to get the more expensive sets live built. Like, I'm planning, in all honesty, the Shang-Chi ones, I'm literally planning just to do on my own private time, unless people decide that they want me to do it live. But however, I do some every now and then need a set that I could just do by myself. Which I did that with, I'm going to be doing that, I should say, with the Razor Crest that my friend purchased. I'm going to be building that on my own because mine is up there. And I really have no desire to build it again live. Prefer just to do it privately. And I guess I should announce this on here. So I am going through a big week, or big next few weeks. Big week of transition. I have been promoted at my current job that I'm working to basically a management level training. So this is my last week at where I've been working for 10 years, which is very sad for me. I mean, like, I'm happy to be moving up, but like, when you work somewhere for 10 years, they basically become your family. And now I feel like I'm losing my family, and it's a little hard. Not going to try to get too deep into it because I don't want to be emotional on this. But yeah, just big change, and wish me luck, I guess, is the best thing to say. A little scared, a little excited, a little sad, a little happy. Hoping that I could stay consistent with this as I am. I know I probably can. Well, actually, I'll be working more, but at the same time, I'll be working a little less, to the fact that, like, I won't have early morning hours except for like once a month, hopefully. So should be able to still make these videos, especially, like I said, how it takes about a week to film it. And if I were to crack down a week to edit, the only other ones that would be painstakingly to make would be the movies reviews and the toy reviews. The toy reviews might have to change around a little bit. I might need to take a week off of it, just because that would be the one thing, is I'm not guaranteed to have the day off to go and shop around like that and crack down on reviews as much as I have recently. So that's the only downside, is I might need to take a week off of the big bag review. I could probably find a way to squeeze it in, but it's not guaranteed. Other than that, movie review, I'm planning on, after this, watching a movie ahead of time and posting the video for next week. Going to be doing the female Ghostbusters next week, so that's going to be fun. But yeah, we'll see how it goes, I guess is what I'm trying to boil down to saying. And like I said, I'm sorry, I'm hiding this under as I'm building it. I don't mean to be doing that. It's just pain to have your hands up here for the whole time. But yeah, it's coming along rather good for this TIE fighter, especially with the time that we have. This is probably going to wrap us up probably about 5 minutes till, and I can actually run to the restroom, run back, and not have my bladder exploding. But yeah. Hey Dennis, how's it going? Hi Olivia. So we're doing a Lego live build today for Star Wars. I hope you guys enjoy, and we're doing a whole giant Star Wars day. So if you guys want to interact with me while we're doing this, we're in hour 2 of 5. So I hope you guys can stick around for a bit, talk Star Wars, stuff like that. But yeah, how are you guys today? Oh, and just so everybody knows, when I do run off for a bathroom break, I am leaving it in the comment, just so if somebody does jump on, they do notice that I'm saying that I'm running away really quick to the bathroom. Because otherwise, people are thinking that if somebody comes on, they'll think that I'm just doing a idle live stream. But yeah, next hour, like I said, is the unboxing and the toy review. Oh wow, yeah, I forgot about Vincent. I'm sorry. I'm happy that he's coming along and everything. My uncle actually just had a kid too, and she's at 6 months. I call her Little Grogu. But yeah, and happy Star Wars Day, Dennis. I should say that too. Hope you are having a great May the 4th. I hope everybody's having a great May the 4th. I will give you guys a quick heads up if the people that are supposed to be on here for that Legends versus Canon podcast do not show up. We will end this an hour early, or a half an hour early, or something along those lines. But other than that, we should be on schedule for everything else. Just letting you guys know. That would be the only stipulation of us ending early, is that. Or if I get like badly injured somehow sitting at this table all day. Which, I mean, with one of the things I want to show you guys could possibly happen, but I don't think it is. Come visit also. Yeah, Minecraft, like I said. Sorry to hear about your mom. And you feel free to say what you want in the chats as long as it's not offensive or anything, but I am sorry for your loss. I hope everything is okay, and I hope you are okay. I know that losing a parent isn't okay, but I just hope that you're recovering fine, I guess I should say. But yeah, and that's cool that Olivia got the mindset. But yeah. And I'm sorry to hear that you are down and out. Like I said, I understand. I mean, I have yet to lose a parent, but I understand losing somebody is very hard. It's got to be extremely hard, especially when it's a parent. But I am sorry for your loss. And I truly mean it. I know it didn't sound like it when I said it like that, but yeah, I truly do mean it. But yeah, sorry if I get quiet. I'm just focused on this build sometimes. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes I get quiet. while I am building, just especially if I can't find a piece. Because I'm trying to focus on finding that piece. Oh, that's rough. And congratulations for Olivia for getting on honor roll. I'm proud of you. It's something really hard to do. I was able to do that on my last semester of Lewis University and the semester before that, but it is something that is very, very hard to do. I will tell you that. And I'm really proud of her for that. I am the state's good. And you just missed, I said I just got promoted at work, so I will be leaving where I'm working currently to a different area. Not going to disclose where that is or anything like that, just due to this being a live stream. But yeah, I'm moving up in the company. And Angie is really good. She's actually working 3 jobs right now, just to get some extra money so she can do some more fun stuff. But yeah, she actually started working at my old store. So she's been doing that. Again, she's lovely as ever. Should say that too. Really wish she was here right now, but she's recovering because she got her second vaccination, which reminds me, everybody needs to get vaccinated. But yeah, she's recovering from that right now. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit for her to be able to come back. Oh, nice. July would be a good time. And yeah, I got actually, funny enough, I got the vaccine right before my parents got it and right before Angie got it. And it actually helped me not get it. That was the best part. Was the worst part was I had to stay home for 10 days because people I'm living with got it. But best part was I didn't get it myself. As far as I know, I could have honestly gotten it in November of 2019 because I did get really, really sick and doctors didn't know why it was that bad. So I could kind of see that being, but I do not know if that's true or not, if that was actually it. However, if you could catch it again, then I should have caught it again at that point. I just realized I missed something really quick. I'm going to fix that. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, it's the other. Ah! I do not have a drink. For those of you who don't know why I keep saying I don't have a drink, it's because usually during these live streams I'll have a big drink with me because it's a big set, and anytime I drop something I have to take a drink. But I forgot about that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your father too. I hope he's going to be able to recover. All right. However, on a positive note, yep, they say when it rains, it pours. On a positive note, the TIE Fighter is complete. There we go. So I'm going to set it up. So yeah, it's small, but not as small as I thought it would be. About my head size, a little bit smaller. Extra missile, obviously. Throw that to the side. But yeah, let's show it off really quick and make sure everything stands, hopefully. That's how flimsy this table is. Where's my TIE Pilot? There's my TIE Pilot. Okay. Oh, I need to bring it back. Okay. Come on, TIE Pilot. There we go. There's our TIE Fighter. But yeah, very swishable still. Although I still prefer the original or the solo one. This one's still pretty swishable. I'm just looking at it really quick. So I'm going to use one of my 3 restroom breaks really quick. I'll be right back. Like I said, I'm gonna put break BRB. I will be right back, guys. I swear. And I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to go really bad. Oh, and I did have a drink. Sorry. So I'm going to push the table back down mostly. And I'm going to move the TIE Fighter for now. We'll get back into that with the toy review part. And clean up really quick because I have bags everywhere. Then we're going to transition into the box opening. Now, like I said, I boxed this stuff up myself just for the fact that I didn't have time to order stuff for May the 4th. However, I will act like I'm surprised. So I'm going to stand up while doing this because this box is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Because I literally was only going to box one thing. And then this was the only box they were able to get me. And I decided, I was like, oh, I'll throw this in here since I just picked this up. And I was like, I'm only missing one thing. I need to get that too. So I picked that up. We're going to transition here really quick to hour 3. Unboxing, toy review, and other reviews. And then we're also going to be looking ahead at stuff that's coming out. All right, so let's get the smallest one out of the box first. Got Val from Solo. I got this at a last minute grab. That's why I didn't get any of the newer stuff. I guess I'll save what I like the most last. Then we got Thrawn Ascendancy, the Greater Good. And then one last thing, which this was literally going to be the only thing I unboxed, but that changed. We got a Clone Trooper, Phase 1 armor. So I will higher this up a little bit. And then, of course, the TIE Fighter that I just built. But yeah. So I'm not going to be reviewing this. just for the fact that I haven't read it yet. So in that place, I'll be reviewing Victory's Price. Finished this last night. I stayed up super late trying to finish the book. I had like 2 chapters left, and the last chapter was 30 pages long. So, yeah. But I will officially bookmark this book since I finished. And we'll see how many pages the first page is. Maybe I'll read it if it's not that long, because about every page takes 2 minutes for me to read. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, no, I'm not reading that. It would take a half an hour. I'm pretty sure you guys don't want me stammering through for a half an hour. But yeah. So, Throne Ascendancy, Greater Good. I'll be starting to read it tonight. And just so you know, tomorrow, or sometime within the next week, probably next Tuesday, there will be a review for, or this will officially be the review for Victory's Price. Next month will be the review for Throne Greater Good. So let's start with Val first. I'm going to unbox her, do my first impressions, put her to the side. We'll do the TIE Fighter review last, just since we first built it, or just built it. But yeah. And I used to keep my pop boxes, now I only keep it for like special figures. So don't be offended that I'm about to do this. That's it. There we go. I made it. But yeah, so this is Val, person that got like 3 minutes in the Solo movie. I do feel like Beckett's crew was very underutilized, in all honesty. But as usual, this figure's got really good detail on the headed part. And then the head's just basic pop. So, yeah, kind of nice, kind of good for a last-minute buy for Star Wars Day. I wish I could have gotten something better, but now I got Val. Excuse me for 1 second again. I am going to go and blow my nose. It's getting kind of stuffed. I apologize. I will be right back. Like I said, I apologize. That was getting really caught up, and that's why I kept coughing. Not sick. Yeah. So next we got the Clone Trooper. Let's talk about Val just quick for like 1 more minute. So like I don't really know how to review pops as well as I do like 6-inch figures here, but like it's good. I do like the art that they do for pops and like the detail they put on the bodies. Something you never really notice unless you really, really look at it. And I'm happy to get my hands on any Star Wars pop just because it's got like that detail on it that you never really expect. But yeah, like this and the Pokemon ones and even the Marvel ones are like really cool. But like, yeah, this one has so much detail on it for something that was a character that was in the movie for 3 minutes, which is pretty cool. I know it wasn't actually 3 minutes. I'm over exaggerating, but yeah. Gotta grab my skizzers really quick to cut the tape. And let's do it. And then also, like I said, we're not just doing toy reviews in this. We're also going to be looking ahead at figures that are coming out. I believe Hasbro Pulse will probably be doing an announcement for more Star Wars figures today. Cliff Jumper just fell. But yeah, we'll be talking about that. But yeah. So standard Clone Trooper stuff that it comes with. which is just the two little blasters. Like I said, I don't keep my boxes, so don't judge me when I do this. There we go. All right, so happy to finally get a Phase 1 basic clone trooper. These were some of my favorite looking figures back when I was a kid. And like I loved them so much that I would try to even get like just the Lego of them before. This was before Bricks and Minifigs and like Bricklink and stuff like that. But like I've always loved the Phase 1 armor. Even though I grew to love the Phase 3 armor more, or Phase 2 armor more, the Phase 1 armor still like holds a special spot in my heart. Where the heck? So I'm having trouble finding the joint here. I don't want to break the figure. I think that's it right there. That's weird. All right, so this figure is really, really tough, and I'm afraid to bend the arms, to be honest. It's like it feels like they're about to... Oh, there we go. All right. Now, where are you? Should be right there, right? Right there, which means that. There we go. Okay, that was scary. I honestly thought I was going to break a figure on a live stream. But yeah, thank God we didn't. But yeah, so I'm going to kind of load him with his gun really quick. We're going to take a look at him. And then we're going to go ahead and talk about it for a little bit. So yeah, here he is. So really quick, articulation's kind of limited. However, there's that. There we go. You have to kind of bend his thigh to the side to get him to do that. But really nice looking figure. And really, like, it's a basic clone. I mean, there's not much to say about it. But it still is really nice to look at. And it's nice to finally have that like Phase 1 armor basic clone to get that you can technically get easier than most times. I still don't think we have a Phase 2 basic clone. If I'm wrong, correct me. But it's nice to see a Phase 1 finally come out. There are a few that I'm still missing, however, but still, it's great to get my hands on the last one of the first wave that I was missing. As usual, as I always say, if you want to see the pictures for this and stuff like that, make sure you follow me on Instagram. I will be doing posable pictures and basically what I call a showcase on there. But yeah, so I meant to rank Val too. Val out of 5 is probably about a 3 just because she's not as well-known character as most. Out of 10, I give this figure 9. Just the fact that we finally have a basic clone and it actually looks nice. But yeah, so we'll get to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Let me kind of move this out of the way and get the TIE Fighter in. So how I do my ranking system for Legos is it's got 2 separate ranking systems. The ranking systems don't agree with each other or like focus with each other, but they do have a certain like coalescing at the same time. So what they are minifigure ratings. So the minifigure rating is only out of how many minifigures is in the set. So the minifigure rating for the set will be out of 3 today. And then the set itself gets a rating out of 20. That is just to differentiate between the figures and the pops and stuff like that. So let's look first at the figures. So we got a Imperial Protocol droid, a Stormtrooper, and a TIE pilot. And I always love getting more Stormtroopers, I'll tell you that. And it's always great to have a TIE pilot when you get or an Imperial pilot when you get a Imperial craft. And then this Astromech, I don't think has ever come out before. So it's great to have that. So I do give it a 3 out of 3 just for the fact that always use an army builder, always use a pilot for the ship that you build, and new figure altogether. So 3 out of 3 on that. TIE Fighter, however, took about an hour to build, as you guys saw, which great timing and everything like that. However, I don't like the size. I like the bigger ones. I understand this is supposed to be a more affordable TIE fighter and everything like that. However, it's just a little too tiny, especially if you like compare it to other TIEs and stuff like that. If you try to build a fleet, this one kind of downgrades it. That's why I'm calling this a TIE Scout in my fleet, just because I know that they're supposed to be the same size. However, if it's a Scout, it should be a little bit smaller. And it can't be an Outlander because you can't bend the wings closed. But yeah, it still has the good amount of detail for the price. It's not just like a giant ball with 2 flat wings in the middle. But yeah, the only complaint that I've realized is this piece easily spins. And I'm wondering if I can actually mod it to have a stud there just to keep it more secure in place. But then when you do that, it's way too high up, so you can't really do that either. I got a stud in my mouth. So yeah, so can't really do much about that, but it does spin a little too much. Oops. So that last comment's supposed to say hour 3. I just realized. But yeah, so like I will give this set out of 20, probably about 15. But don't forget the minifigures are 3 out of 3. So great minifigures. Really, really great minifigures. Just the only downside about the set is it's smaller. Here, let's do a missile test. I kind of want to watch that on there. And of course I missed it, so I'm going to reload one. I was like, where's it at? All right, let me grab that. There we go. But yeah, so I mean, the missile firing works perfect as usual with this missile launcher that I originally used to hate when they came out, but I mean, gets results. And then let's load the cockpit just to see how he looks in the cockpit. Doesn't look like there's a place to store the pistol besides just having it like kind of loosely sit there. So we'll test this out just with the pilot. So that's how it looks with the pilot in it. Oh. See, now that I don't want them to fire, they've been firing. Close it. Sorry, something went down the wrong pipe. But yeah, so it does rattle a little bit. But it's still, I mean, it holds it just like the other TIE. I feel like the center didn't change much. Sorry, I'm going to have to grab a drink. But yeah, I feel like the center didn't change much. However, the rest of it, the wings, completely changed. But yeah, still a nice ship. Still like it. But it doesn't do it for me like the other ties did, which is kind of sad because I love ties. All right, so let's move on now to the book. So before we do that, I am going to message just to give them like an hour heads up. Right quick for the people that are going to be jumping on. We're going to be doing it through Instagram Live. Oh, huh. So remember how I said I was going to talk about Hasbro Pulse a little bit later? Well, Hasbro Pulse just posted everything right now. But yeah, we'll still talk about it a little bit later. But let me see. This is because I only really care about Black Series. I think they only announced Vintage for right now. But yeah, so we're going to be talking about that in a little bit. But I am going to mention just to them really quick that we're going to be going on here soon. There we go. All right, so now let's talk about Victory's Prize. So, did I like this book? Yes, I did. I love this whole series. And actually, you know what? I'm going to grab the other books in the series really quick out of my bookshelf. My bookshelf is actually very limited, is the funny thing. So, like, I do have to store a lot of them for right now, but I did make sure that anything that had future books coming out in that series to keep them down here. So we're going to go ahead and put all the books together. All right. Really quick. Hang on. There we go. Just an announcement for what our debate's going to be is Jason Solo versus Ben Solo. But yeah, so I have read the full book series of Alphabet Squadron. So I did want to kind of bring that up just so we kind of have a visual of what some of the characters look like. Because I am going to go into fan casting really quick towards the end of this. And I know I'm probably going to be blasted for saying that they don't look anything like the characters, but in my head they did. And I know one of these I'm going to get really blasted for because people want this actor to play a different person. So I'm not really going to talk about these two that much. So, I mean, I'm going to lay them down right now, because right now we're going to be talking about Victory's Prize. So this book concluded this trilogy, and I have to say, this entire series had some of the most likable characters in the entire, all of Star Wars. And for a fact, person on this cover, Will Lark, who I kept pronouncing Wild Lark through the entire book series up until the last 6 chapters, is my favorite. By far my favorite. Him and Soran Keys, 2 of my favorite characters in this entire series. Basically, the whole synopsis of this trilogy is about this character right here, Erica Quell, who is basically, she was forced to defect from the Empire, joined the New Republic, but she was part of, I'm trying to think of what it's called. She was part of Operation Cinder. And because she was part of Operation Cinder, she helped kill a planet called Narcronis. everybody finds out, and she ends up being stranded on this dying planet, and then ends up going back to the Empire, to Soran Keys, who was her mentor, only for her to be a double agent trying to help the New Republic out. This takes place immediately after the Battle of Endor up until the Battle of Jakku, and a little bit farther afterwards, for the epilogue. The last chapter in this book is basically an epilogue. They don't call it that, but that's technically what it is. So the main focus, this book mainly focuses on two of the five characters. I want to say it mostly focuses on Erica as well as Will. That doesn't mean that Nath, who is another main character who flies a Y-Wing, or Chas, which is this character who flies a B-Wing, or even Kairos, who flies the U-Wing, is this who has some marvelous moments in this book, by the way. They aren't put on the back burner. They still have major like character arcs and stuff like that. However, it's mainly focused on Erica and trying to redeem herself, and Will trying to deal with him being the last of his people to still be in the war. And like I said, these books are very character focused, and they have some really great character development. That being, actually, you know what? Let's use this thing properly. Like I said, we're only focusing on the last book, but like I said, this entire series is mainly focused on character development, and this book is no different. So there's been like arcs surfacing through each and every book. Like, for example, Chas here joins a cult in the second book and is still dealing with that in the third book of like whether that was the right decision or not. And Erica trying to come to terms with what she did at Necronis were established in the first book, still carried on to this last one. And then the character of Devin, which ended up being Soran Keys, him kind of not recruiting people, but recruiting people for the Empire, showing up from this first book, showing up in this last book. I'll go through the quick character arcs really quick. So Erica at the beginning of the book, like I said, she's working with the Empire, but we find out very quickly that she's doing it to sabotage the Empire. And we get this whole character arc of her kind of coming to terms with what she did and having to live with it. And like basically trying to earn forgiveness from her team, which at the end of the day, everybody does forgive her. And it's some of it's not said, but it's just realized or unspoken and agreed with. For Chas's arc, basically she was saved by Jin Urso and when she was younger and wanted to kind of be a martyr like Jin was. So through this whole time, she's trying to find her place in life, and she can't figure out if it's to be a rebel, be a cultist, to be a martyr, and she doesn't know what to do after the war because all she's done her entire life is fight. And basically this helps her decide that or at the end of the book she decides that she is better off surviving, and she ends up with Erica, basically living a happy life. We're going to get to Will last, just for the fact that he kind of has the second biggest arc next to Erica. I did Erica first because technically she was the main character of the first and second book, and basically the third. But Will's is a really shocking change that I want to save till the end of this. But we'll go to my other favorite character now, Nath. Nath was originally a Imperial pilot who defected early on, worked with the rebellion for a bit, had something happen to him when fighting Shadow Wing where he lost his entire crew, so he ran off and basically became a pirate. They recruited him for Alphabet, and he was only doing it for a paycheck at first, and then he ended up doing it to be a hero, and he would get medals constantly and stuff like that. And at the end of this, he still slips back into his old ways. He kind of ditches the Battle of Jakku in a sense. Doesn't like fully do it, but like he kind of sniped ties from far away, and came with the excuse that his ship was falling apart, so he couldn't battle. But people knew that he was doing it just for the fact that he did not want to risk his life. And then at the end of the book, he's kind of putting together a sort of suicide squad with former Shadow Wing pilots to become pirates, basically. So it's kind of sad to see him go from lowest to low up to the top and then lowest to low again. But it did fit his character arc. Because the whole time he felt like he was not meant to be there. And I guess at the end, he probably convinced himself that he definitely didn't belong. Next is Kairos. Kairos was very much an enigma. When we do the fan casting, I do want to say I do not have a pick for her just because she is such an enigma, and we barely ever really get to see her. I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, we barely do get to see her. But she basically is very well unknown of her origin or anything like that. And we actually get to visit her home planet, which is still unnamed. But it turns out the reason why she is like that and everything is because she got abducted by the Empire, tortured, blood transfused with one of the intelligence agencies that passed away in this book. And that made her unclean in her eyes, so she had to create a new personality, which was Kairos. During the events of this book, she nearly sacrifices herself, and they take off her armor, not knowing that it's basically like a chrysalis for her to evolve into whatever she needed to evolve into. And that made her feel unnatural and unholy in this book. And then finally at the end, she finds her place. And her task is completed and everything like that. So she becomes something new we don't know of. But yeah, she just finally was able to free herself of that. Next, we have Sauron Keyes. Sauron Keyes was the main antagonist of the series, but a very, very noble one at that. So he starts out in the first book as basically this wanderer, and then he comes back to take over Shadow Wing. And at first, he's only doing it so they don't die. He is trying to keep them alive and everything like that. And then it ends up that he's just trying to focus them onto something so that way they can survive. And he's willing to sacrifice civilian lives to make his people survive. So, for example, basically what happens is they find out that the Emperor has a extensive list of all the war crimes that every member of the Imperial war machine has ever committed. And Keyes decides that he's going to destroy it. The only downside about destroying that is that millions, if not billions, of people will die in the damage of that. And that basically boils down to the ending fight with them and everything like that. And basically, his ideas is wrong of killing many of people just to save a few. Anyways, next we have. Oh, that's bad. Next we have Will Lark. Let me grab the books. I knew something would happen wrong today. I was trying to straighten that out, and then that just fell. And hurt my hand. That really hurt. Speaking of which, that's another thing I want to mention about this book series really quick before we get into Will's story. Alexander Freed beats the crap out of his characters, and they keep getting up for more. Like, for example, Erica keeps breaking her nose, and it, like, basically every book, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. And, like, there's a point in this last book where Will's so damaged that half his face is gone. But yeah, so now let's talk about Will Lark. Sorry, that really distracted me. So Will is basically, they say that he's the youngest of the group. And when I thought that, I thought they meant like 2021. He's a little bit older than that, but he is very innocent. He was born and raised on a planet called Polyneus. And Polyneus basically was secluded from the war until the Empire came. But he is the most human character to the point where he kind of doesn't understand why we have to kill people for a war. And he basically believes that everybody should be able to talk to each other and work things out that way. Throughout the entire series, he always kind of like opens open channel comm to talk to the enemy, whether it be Shadow Wing or just the Empire in general. And that's very prominent in the last book. He didn't do it as much in the second book. I don't even think he did at all. He attempted to do it once, but Nath stopped him because he was about to surrender. But one of the most famous parts in the first book is he calls across during basically a stalemate, and Shadow Wing kind of threaten him. And then this last book, they're on a certain planet called Chadawa, and on Chadawa, basically there's high and low tide when it comes to radiation. So during high tide, they can't battle. And Will opens up a channel again, and everybody starts talking. And the payoff in that is at the end when they're at the Battle of Jakku, and everybody's basically communicating with each other on both sides. And like you could tell that they don't fully want to fight. There's even a part where they end up killing a minor character named Vital in a fight in one of the firefights. And somebody on Shadow Wing, during the whole time, they're listing names of people that were murdered during the war. And Vital was part of the rebellion, or New Republic, and she dies. And they say that somebody in Shadow Wing says, add another name to the list, but they weren't saying it in like a vile way or a cruel way. They were just like, oh, add another person to the list. Like, they hated having to do that. And like, I feel like Will helped kind of create that bridge between the New Republic and the Rebellion. Or, I mean, New Republic and the Empire. The other part with this is he realized that he doesn't want to fight anymore during the Battle of Jakku. And he stops right before they go to launch the battle, and he says, I don't want to fight anymore. Now, at this point, he's the commander of the entire bunch of squadrons, everything like that, and he just says, I can't fight anymore, I don't want to kill anymore, stuff like that. So he ends up basically sitting out the Battle of Jakku. He catches there's a spy on their ship, and he catches it, and it's a character that they kind of mentioned got away during Shadowfall, being somebody named Cedia. Cedia was a Imperial pilot of Shadow Wing who tried to chase after Chaz and got hurt and was kind of brought back by the cult. And then it's implied that she got away, but they never said anything. And then she shows up on the Deliverance, which is the repurposed Star Destroyer that they destroyed, or that they stole. And she destroys it. Will catches her right before she destroys it, and they talk and everything. And it turns out that that was the person that he was talking to in the first book that started threatening, like, we're going to destroy every last one of you, blah, 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 like that. Which was a good payoff in that sense. And then the ship explodes, and Will somehow ends up in an escape pod. He gets taken there because he got the blunt blast of the blunt to the blast, which destroyed half of his face. And he ends up landing on Jakku and is saved by an Imperial pilot. And it's not like you're saved to be a prisoner of war. He goes, let's get you home, Will Lark. And starts carrying him, and Nath finds him and everything like that. I was shocked that Will stepped out last battle, but like, it fit his character. But like, I like the fact that it drove a really big issue between him and Nath for the latter part of the book, because Will keeps doing honestly stupid things for the, like, in the war, like talking to the enemy and begging people not to fight and stuff like that. And Nath does keep having to dig him out of those holes. And Nath just goes, I'm sick of it at the end. And he's like, I'm going to have to dig this out for you again, and I'm done. And like, the fact that, like, it caught up to Will that he kept doing that. But yeah, he did truly keep kind of shooting himself or digging his own grave, and Nath had to dig him out. And this last time, it finally, like, caught up to him. So before we get into the fan casting part, which I'm not guaranteeing I'm doing every book, it's just for some reason this one stood out. The only complaint I have about this book is that this is the finale and only the villain died. They were in the Battle of Jakku and on a separate battle in Coruscant. Yet the only people that died was the villain. Everybody kind of had the hint that they might die or that they're about to die, and then it got pedaled back. I felt like to really show the impact, they should have killed someone off. It doesn't matter who it was, because basically by the Battle of Jakku, everybody kind of redeemed themselves. The only one that didn't fully yet was Chas. But, like, Chas, I feel like, could have died and still completely finished her arc. And Erica could have died and had her arc finished and everything like that. But, like, I felt like there was no true weight with it when nobody died. And like I said, I love these characters, and I'm happy they didn't die, but it still takes away that weight. So I'll do the fan casting really quick, and then we'll look at some future toys that are coming out and discuss that. So, and a ranking. So I'll do the ranking first, because this fan casting thing, like I said, I don't think it's going to stick. This only works because you grow with these characters, and you start getting voices in your head when you're reading, and it's certain actors or whatever. So I do give this book we'll do out of 15 just for fun. I give it a 13 out of 15. Really enjoyed it. Just wish they would have killed someone off. I know that sounds terrible, but really I wish they would have killed someone off. So for fan casting, so we're going to go, like I said, I'm skipping Kairos because I could not figure out. And I'm only doing the 5 of the 6 main characters, not casting Hera, not casting like random characters like Ragnar or like Bruce or something like that. For those who've read the book, you understand what I mean. But I will be doing the main 6 characters minus Kairos, because Kairos could be anyone. I can't really think of somebody that would be able to fill that kind of monstrous role that she kind of had. But so let's go Erica Quell first. So I'll say originally during the first book, I didn't really have a fan casting until 75% of the way through. But what you'll notice, a lot of these casts are CW actors and actresses. I guess I was watching Legends of Tomorrow when I was reading this book, because for Erica Quell, I chose Katie Lotz from Legends of Tomorrow, Green Arrow, Mad Men. Just her personality in Legends of Tomorrow does kind of fit Erica pretty well. And just like I couldn't imagine somebody else playing her, really. Then next we got Chaddock, which is another casting from Legends of Tomorrow, and actually an actress that's been in Star Wars before. I just can't remember her name off the top of my head whenever I do it. So I'm going to have to Google it really quick. Maisie Richardson Sellers would play Chess in my head. I don't know why she kind of has a little bit of a British accent in my head, or a little bit of a core accent, and just kind of that like attitude that Charlie had in Legends of Tomorrow, really, of like being rebellious and not getting along with anybody, sort of thing. So next will be Will Lark. So I will say, remember how I said I thought he was a lot younger? So for the first 2 books, I imagined Tom Holland playing him. But when I kind of realized he was a little older than I thought he was, Grant Gustin popped in my head, who plays Flash in The Flash. I could see Grant Gustin playing Will Lark. Just kind of that little bit of a innocence hero sort of thing that you don't really get to see, or that you really get to see him do in The Flash. You could see him being Will Lark with that. So next we got 2 more left. Nath Tenzent, which kind of a CW cast, but he's kind of gone bigger nowadays, would be Jeffrey Dean Morgan. He's got that kind of personality of just kind of like he could play that personality, I should say. Jeffrey Dean Morgan isn't like this, but he's got that, he could play that personality of like a really morally gray sleazeball sort of guy that Nath kind of was, that can actually turn into a hero but still be a sleazeball at the same time. And then this is the most controversial one, because people are going to yell at me if they watch this back. Sauron Keys, Keanu Reeves. Now, I know people want him for Darth Revan. Don't get me wrong, I think he would be a good cast for Darth Revan. But the only person that I had throughout the entire Alphabet Squadron book playing through my head with an actor was Devin with Keanu Reeves. And the way Sauron and as himself as Devin talk are definitely very Keanu Reevesy. I could totally see him being played by Keanu Reeves, and I think it would be perfect. Even like with the longer hair, mustache, and stuff like that. I remember reading Alphabet thinking of him like that. And then during Shadowfall, thinking of him with the clean-cut Neo look. And then back at Victory's Price, he had the John Wick look. So, yeah, that's my fan casting for that. So I'm going to run and blow my nose again. Sorry. Then we're going to look at some future toys and stuff like that. And by then we'll be moving on to hour 4, which then we got 1 more hour left after that. Um, but yeah, we'll hopefully be getting some people in for hour 4 and doing that podcast idea. I'm going to kind of basically touch base and read off about the characters that we'll be discussing. Then we'll have friends jump on and debate. But like I said, I got to run really quick and blow my nose because I'm going to grab the tissue, actually. I think that'll be a good idea. Because it's getting really hard to talk and do this. I also think that my allergies are probably really, really bad today. So I do apologize for that. But yeah, and then Sean might be joining in on that for a little bit too. But the last hour we'll be playing Sabbacc. So yeah, so let's look up and see if Hasbro Pulse has posted anything else besides that. Let's see, new posts. All right, so we're at Hasbro Pulse. They mainly have just announced a vintage collection, which I do not collect myself. But let's see what we got. Marvel Legends. Wrong thing to talk about. They have a expanded universe vintage collection too that just got announced that people voted on. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for Star Wars stuff for you guys. So we are getting the rest of the Bad Batch. I think everybody's supposed to be out by October. I know that I just looked up that Wrecker's coming out in October. So far we got Crosshairs and Hunter out. We're also getting more of the Mandalorian cast. We're getting the other female Mandalorian that was with Bo-Katan coming out. Aura Singh, stuff like that. And I'm going to pull up really quick we'll see what these summer Lego sets look like. Let's see if they announce that. Summer Lego Star Wars 2021. All right, so let's look at this. See what's going on. So yeah, we're getting the Acclimator, which is a Moff Gideon's ship. That looks really nice, if that's an official image. Same with the Bad Batch. We're getting some characters in that too. There's nothing really. I'm surprised. There's nothing really officially announced yet on Lego Star Wars sets. I know there was a leak for Bad Batch. So let's see if I can pull out the Bad Batch leak. And we'll react to that. Oh, wow, it's coming with 2 speeders. And we're getting, looks like we're getting all 5 of them, which is surprising. Crosshairs looks like he's in his Imperial set, too. So that's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, so part of this was contingent on them actually announcing figures today. And surprisingly enough, they didn't, which is pretty funny in my opinion, that somehow they just decide that on Star Wars Day they're not going to talk about new Star Wars figures. Never would have guessed that. Which reminds me, I was supposed to bring up something else, which I'm going to do right now. Promised you guys. So I never really got to show off what I picked up at Galaxy's Edge. I mean, I kind of showed you, but it wasn't good enough, in my opinion. So, got a lightsaber. Let me hoist this up a little. Got a lightsaber in both the holocrons. So I am going to link up my lightsaber really quick. I also got Anakin's lightsaber, but I'm not going to grab that right now. But yeah, I did choose green. Just for the fact that my channel logo. I'm going to move this stuff out a little bit, and we're going to kind of mess with it a little quick. So I will say, this is a lot heavier than I expected it to be. The hilt is actual metal, which I was surprised with. But, yeah, don't do that. But yeah, it's actual metal. And it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 piece, 8 if you include the this part, or 9 if you include the crystal too. That you build and you get a whole experience. I mean, $200, it's pretty nice. And I gotta say, I really like it. So I'm gonna deconstruct it. I'm gonna grab all the crystals that I have. I'm only missing blue and purple. I was gonna have a friend buy it for me, but she was leaving too soon for me to actually purchase it. And we're gonna show off the holocrons really quick. So let me deconstruct the lightsaber first. And then after this, I'm gonna take a quick break and move my car into the street. I know that sounds weird, but just don't want to block anybody from coming in. And then hopefully Sean should be here soon. I'm going to talk to everybody. Wow, that got really tight. Like I said, I am going to mention to everybody about the live stream. Fart. I'm surprised how tight this is, honestly. Could be sweaty hands. Usually lightsaber can come apart, but for some reason right now, part of it does not want to come off, so I'm just going to half debuild it, get the green crystal out. And I got to take the red crystal out of its packaging. So I left it in there. I mean, I put it back in there. Probably going to get rid of these little holsters, because I can't open the yellow one again for some reason. That's the weird part. But yeah, so each of these can fit inside the holocron. Just really quick to show you guys. Yeah, they also have a blue and purple one that, like I said, I did not yet get. But we shall see soon. If I can order it or something like that. So the holocrons are a little hard to open if you got fat fingers like me. But yeah, so let's show basic without crystal. You can open it. And then they have two little touchy things on the side here. And then I'll say,
"This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I regret."
Whoops.
"This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I regret to report that both our Jedi Order and the Republic have fallen, with the dark shadow of the Empire rising to take their place. This message is a warning and a reminder for any surviving Jedi. Trust in the Force. Do not return to the temple. That time has passed, and our future is uncertain."
And then the Sith one. Same with the pressure pads.
"We are Sith. Do you know who I am?"
That goes on because it's Darth Bane. A lot of them, for some reason, a lot of the saber. Oh, one thing before I do that, a lot of the crystals with the Sith holocron do the same thing. But if you put them both together,
Jedi and Sith wield the Ashtar and Bogan, the light and the dark. I'm the one in the middle, the Bendu.
and then you separate them off, and they go back to normal. So yeah, before we do that, or before anything, I kind of want to see what happens if you put both crystals together, or both of them together with a crystal. But yeah, so I'm going to put the white one in the Jedi one for right now. We'll switch them afterwards. like I said, I got fat fingers, so that's why I have to use a screwdriver here to be able to open them. And I'll put the basic red one in with the Sith. All right, so let's check out.
The Jedi knew the Force, but remember, the Force is not limited to any sacred text or collection of teachings. It surrounds us and binds us to everyone and everything.
So yeah, it's Ahsoka with this one. And then let's close this really quick, halfway. This is red, so. See what I mean? It's still Bane.
Do you know who I am?
So let's see what happens when you do this. If it still does the Bendu. Whoops.
Jedi and Sith wield the Ashtar
Still
and
does the
Bogan,
Bendu.
the light and the dark. I'm the one in the middle.
And then let's see. All right. So basically, I'm gonna do like a what you call it here, like a conveyor belt. So red's gonna sit out, white's going into the Sith, and then yellow is going into the Jedi. So let's check the Sith first this time. Still Darth Vader. And this one, now we're at green.
The archives of the Jedi Temple contain secret knowledge
Temple
forbidden
Guard.
to all but the ranks of masters. Safeguarding this knowledge is the highest calling of the Guard. For eons, there has been a Temple Guard. When you don the Guardian's mask, you become a link in an unbroken chain, one that represents centuries of honor and duty.
All right, so that's yellow. Let's see. All right. So then yellow's going in Sith, and green is going in Jedi. So let's go.
This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Whoops. Something didn't go right. Huh. Try green again. For some reason that didn't pick up. There we go. Ah, and then of course, that's the only downside about this is the Jedi one likes to fold up.
Midichlorians are a microscopic
Qui-Gon
life
Jinn.
form that resides within all living cells. And we are symbionts with the life forms living together for mutual advantage. Without the midichlorians, life could not exist, and we would have no knowledge of the Force. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force. When you learn to quiet your mind, you'll hear them speaking to you.
Let's do the Sith with yellow. Still Darth Bane. Yep. Yeah, we know who you are, Darth Bane. So last one for Sith is green. Last one for Jedi, red. Which is pretty poetic when you think about it. Worked out kind of perfectly. Alright, so let's go do the Sith first since this time. You know what could be too? Is this could be really loose, and that's why it's doing that. Because I could have sworn I got Palpatine on here once. So maybe that's what it is.
Do you know?
Nope, still this one. Alright, I gotta mess around with that. I might do a video with that someday. Just seeing if I could fix it, but yeah, now we got a corrupted one.
If once you start down the dark
Yoda.
path, forever will it dominate your destiny. Consume you it will, as it did Obi-Wan's apprentice.
Yep, so those are the holocrons, and we're finally at hour 4. So I'm going to move these holocrons really quick. And we're going to basically put everything back together really quick and then get on to this next spot, which I will put in the description really quick. Rebuild this lightsaber. So hour 4, which is debate and preset. So yeah, so final hour we'll be doing Sabbacc with Sean, and then this hour we're going to be basically talking about canon versus legends, which we're going to have a few friends pop on and talk about that. But like I said, as I said, I am going to take a 5-minute break before we continue. So I will leave a message on the messaging board, and 5-minute break. We'll be right back. All right, so I'm going to see if I can actually do like a 5-minute break card, but it doesn't look like it. So I will be right back, guys. Actually, let's see if we do that. No, that doesn't work. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I got to do some quick stuff really quick, and then we'll get back to this. Probably helped if I grab my keys. Turn off. So, just really quick, we are doing a quick cleanup too. just because I'm going to show really quick. This is the mess that last hour left. So I could barely walk in my own room. So I'll be cleaning while we're talking. But again, still part of the break. I got to use the restroom. So anyways, basically, this is an idea that we've been having, me and a few friends, for a long while now. And it's basically we're going to be doing some sort of podcast. We stopped the Catching Up podcast, as you probably could tell. And we're going to be doing basically a canon versus legends podcast about some similarities from stuff on legends in canon and debating which was truly better. I myself am a canon expert, and one of my friends is a legends expert. We are going to have a third person on here today, maybe a fourth if Sean shows up in time. And we're just basically going to be discussing today, Kylo Ren versus Darth Kaidos, aka Ben Solo versus Jason Solo, on which one could possibly be better. Like I said, right now we're waiting for them to be free to be able to discuss this. So we are going to be talking for a little while, just in general, while I clean up, making a big garbage box for myself. But yeah, we had a lot of stuff out during this. So I am basically just taking the reins of cleaning up really quick while I talk to you guys. So why I'm bouncing in and out of camera is literally just to clean up before we continue on with this. Because we have had a lot of garbage compile over this time. And I do not want to have an issue with that. So I'm going to run and do this really quick. Throw that in the trash. And this whole box has to go out to the recycling bin. So I'm going to mute again. And Ricardo is in. All right. So Ricardo, if you're watching right now, we're going to do this on Instagram Live. But I'm going to run outside really quick. Let me just text that really quick. Hey, give me a minute. I'm going to run outside and All right, my dudes, I'm sorry I had to run really quick. I'm back and still cleaning up, but closer to finishing than we were 5 minutes ago. So I'm going to get the Instagram Live started. I'm going to also text Sean to message me on Instagram Live when I'm here, or when he's here, just so we don't lose that. And I'm also going to text the other person that's supposed to show up to message me on Instagram Live when he's... Hey, just jump on my Instagram Live when you're ready. All right, so... Hey, just jump on Instagram Live when you're ready. And then Sean... Sorry, guys, running like that with a big nose, stuffed nose is really hard to do. Hey, message me on Instagram Live when you're here. You look awesome. Oh, and if you're still stopping at Wendy's, just the 4 for $4 bacon cheeseburger, no tomato. All right, guys. So I'm gonna grab a thing really quick to keep the phone propped up, and then we're going to go ahead and try out this podcast. Just a little bit ahead of time. So yeah, this will be fun. I gotta kind of loosen this, don't I? I'm using my ring light as a literal just stand for my phone, because that is literally the easiest shite to do while doing this, especially when you have a phone plugged into the charger. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started. So I'm gonna annoy people again on Instagram that I constantly keep going live and then cutting out. But it's also the easiest way to go ahead and talk without it being a Zoom call. So yeah, once Ricardo gets on Instagram Live, we'll be doing the podcast there. And then we'll hopefully get our other buddy, Alan, on here as well. And we'll just be talking for about an hour or so about Kylo Ren and Darth Kytus. So I hope you guys are ready for that. Yeah, like I said, we're just waiting on there. So basically why we chose this as a first one is because it's very obvious that Kylo Ren was based off of Darth Kytus, that Ben Solo was based off of Jason Solo, as well as Rey being based off Jaina. But it's more prominent with Kylo Ren than it is with Jason. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and hopefully get on this soon. Just waiting for people to come on. So yeah, Ricardo, if you want to invite yourself to join on the live stream, we'll go ahead and do that. All right, so here we go. Okay, so like I said, this is just going to be a test for our live stream for if you guys, or a test for our podcast if you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to make sure my phone's up so we can hear Ricardo fine. But yeah, so Ricardo's somebody that I used to work with, not for the same company, but we used to work in the same area. Oh, wait. You can do that? Oh. Okay. So that's news. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. That makes it easier. So yeah, we don't have to be public, I guess, on the thing except for on YouTube. Yeah. How's it going, Ricardo? Oh, So we're figuring out the technical difficulties of this. So I do apologize. And Sean is on his way. There we go. Okay, technical difficulties figured out.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. So, hi, J-Dog the Man. So, yeah, as I promised, shout out to J-Dog the Man really quick. But, yeah, so we're going to be discussing Kylo Ren versus Darth Kytus, a.k.a. Ben Solo versus Jason Solo, on the differences, the likeliness, and who's ever better than the other one. So, you're more of the Legends expert than I am. I'm more of the canon expert than you are. I like to think.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna move the mic so we can hear you as good as we can hear me. So present your case, and we will present mine after, since Legends came before.
Yeah,
Canon.
technically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta say, it's kind of a little hard comparing them to skills and their abilities, what they've done, the accomplishments that I know of at least. I think Jason's done more. That I know of. Like I said, you're the more canon expert, so you've known, read on what Kylo Ren done, in the book, in his books and whatnot. Because obviously the movie didn't do him justice. I believe that for sure.
Right.
100%. They did him. They did him wrong. But how they did him in the movies.
Yeah.
It's just like the thing with Jason. His fall to the Sith wasn't, as easy as most.
Yeah.
Like Jason, he fell to the Sith, and I guess you could say almost the same fear that Anakin did and he feared of losing his family. He was afraid of his family because, like, he had the same ability as Anakin did. He had visions of the future. He got due to his strong. Like, his thing is his ability to connection to the Force is almost similar as Qui-Gon. Like, I believe he's a more advanced, powerful version of Qui-Gon in the sense of he let the Force lead him. He believes that the Force need to be not abused, just used as it's to lead you to where you're supposed to be, what your destiny is in the Force. And he was so hard to believe that the Force gave him visions of the future where he saw his family dying. So his thing was the same thing. He left the Jedi training of after Luke and whatnot to want to protect his family, but that led to his downfall, to corruption. And it's because he saw his uncle Luke and the rest of the family died, who I believe the villain was Kriet. So that was his downfall because he saw that happening, but he didn't tell him when. Like I said, like Anakin and Qui-Gon says, you see the visions, but you don't know when they're going to take place.
Right, yeah.
And the thing is, the whole thing with Kriet didn't happen until, I think it was 100 years after he finally died. So, like I said, it's just kind of hard because, like I said, because I don't know that much about Kylo Ren's depth of like his powers, what he did. That, like I said, that's where you'll come in and explain to me. It's just Jason. He had so many, I guess, adventures because he had I think he's been known for 25 novels. I guess in essence, I believe. Right.
And so, Kylo's really only been like the movies and a comic series or two.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard for. Who knows? You might be able to. It's just I think he's had more. Jason's had more accomplishments in the sense of like he was able to defeat his aunt, Mara Jade. Right. And remember how powerful she was connected to the Force. Her lightsaber skills were unparalleled at the time. Yeah. But he was able to beat her. Yeah. Technically he killed her. Really, he did. Yeah. Because that's what made him 100% towards the Sith was killed her. Yeah.
All right, so I'll start with Kylo then for opening arguments.
Yeah.
So Kylo's backstory is, as Jason, he was Han Solo and Leia Organa's son. Difference here is he was the only son. There's no twin daughter, at least that we know of. We know that there isn't because Aftermath brought up the fact that he was the only one born. He was taken in by Luke to be trained at like 10 or 12 years old. basically as his first Padawan. And after that, we only know about like really one thing, that he went on a mission with Luke and Lor Santeca and ran into the Knights of Ren. And after Luke kind of kicked them out and everything, they kind of just tempted Kylo or Ben with their sort of power and stuff like that. So after about 10 years, I want to say after that, 10, 15 years, Luke had a vision that Ben was going to turn to the dark side, and basically had a moment reaction of turning on his lightsaber, which made Ben think that Luke was betraying him. And also around that same time, it was leaked to the public, including to Ben himself, that his father was Darth Vader. Or his grandfather was Darth Vader. And that basically caused it. I'm sorry, one of the people that are joining us is messaging me right now asking for my address, so I'm just going to send it to him really quick. Don't mean to be distracted. But yeah, so basically he goes on and tries to find this Supreme Leader Snoke that's been kind of sending him messages in his head after realizing that, or I just skipped ahead. Sorry, I got distracted with trying to send that message. So basically, when he wakes up and sees Luke, finding out that Vader is his grandfather, and him getting these subliminal messages in his head from Snoke that Luke isn't good for him, he then and there runs away from the Jedi Temple, somehow accidentally kills all the other Jedi. He didn't purposely do it, and there's a hint that he may not have done it himself. But they don't really truly tell that he's actually done it. He seemed to be, when they first said that he killed a bunch of people and took a few Padawans. And he never actually took people with. People chased after him only to be killed by the Knights of Ren. So he truly didn't really kill any Jedi on the sense of his grandfather did. He actually only killed basically soldiers and civilians when it really boils down to it. Then we get, after that, he went to Snoke and decided to join him in training to become part of the dark side. And then after that, we get into the sense of the movies. He's trying to hunt after Lor Santeca so he could find where Luke ran off to so he could kill Luke. Then after that, he went and tried to find Rey and became connected with Rey. And during that, he killed Snoke and became ruler of the First Order. Joined forces with Palpatine for like a minute, it kind of feels like in the movie.
Yeah.
Saying that he's going to do it, and then he's like, oh no, let's backstab him. And then after that, he does chase after Rey and ends up turning back to the light side and becoming Ben Solo again, dying during the Battle of Exegol. So yeah, that's basically the sum up for Kylo Ren. Like I said, he's not had as much lore. Like you said, he's not had as much lore as Jason did as of right now. There could possibly be more books built around him later, more comics introducing to him. But as of right now, he's kind of only mentioned in other books, except for The Rise of Kylo Ren, where it's basically the only comic that's focused on him as of right now.
So that's the thing. Hopefully they do create more lore for him, because I think that would,
he's the most interesting character in the
but it
sequels.
it would be able to fill him out as a character, because that's the thing. Between Jason and Kylo Ren, there's just the character development. Jason, like I said, another thing I forgot to mention, Jason was a big involvement in what was called the Yuzan Vong War.
Yeah, Yuzan Vong War.
He was one of the leading figures. Even like I said, it's because of that war that wanted him to end up leaving training with Luke and everything to go on a journey to discover the Force.
Right.
And I think if I remember right, he ended up doing some training with some Mind Walkers.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, he was able to discover a separate realm in the Force. It was called, God, what's it called? Let me look at my notes real quick.
You got all notes and everything? I'm just going off of memory. I got to prepare better for next time.
Beyond Shadows. It's Beyond Shadows. Well, because I had a refresh. Because I said it's so long
Right.
since I thought about
Right.
it. So.
Good thing I gave you a heads up before we did this.
Yeah. Like the realm was in the Force called the Beyond Shadows realm. And there he found something called the Pool of Knowledge that's in the Force. I think it's something that I believe Qui-Gon said that he had a glimpse of the Pool of Knowledge in the Force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's through that Jason was able to see these visions of where he needed to go, how to become stronger, what he needed to do, because he saw that war would not end unless he evolved in the Force. He let the Force completely take control of his life.
Right.
And it's the first time anybody, I think, in the Legends has discovered that, discovered a separate realm in the Force.
Right.
That was able to, discover the pool of knowledge where all the knowledge of the Force comes from. That's the thing.
Right.
Nobody's ever done that before.
Yeah. Which there'll be another topic we could do that versus the world between worlds.
Yeah, that'd be the
That'd be a good
thing
idea.
is, you never, unless you really read, the novels,
Right.
watched
Yeah.
the TV series, the comics, you wouldn't know that within the Force, there's so many different realms where the
Exactly.
different powers come from. The Jedi powers come from the knowledge.
Right. Exactly. But yeah. So let's do Force powers next. So like Kylo Ren. So far, what we know of is he has the basic push-pull abilities, Force choke. He's able to freeze things in the Force, which we haven't seen, as far as I know, in canon, up until that point, which was in Force Awakens. We do get to see that later in like Fallen Order and stuff like that with Cal Kestis. But Kylo Ren doing it was the first, especially to that extent, was the first time we saw that. And he's knows a little bit about Force projection. He kind of learns it in Last Jedi, and learns, I think, a little how to control it in Rise of Skywalker. It's never really explained if he's purposely trying to project himself to Rey, or if they're just reconnecting again due to the circumstances. Never see him use Force Lightning, although he probably could use it because, basic dark side power. And Force Heal, but he's only able to Force Heal once he returns back to the light side, which we can count that, but if we're going by dark side powers, can't really count that because Force Heal is only a selfless thing. Which dark side is completely selfish anyways. Yeah. And that's all we know so far about Kylo.
Yeah, Jason, his
one more.
Like Jason, he has all the regular, like you said, the same as all regular Jedi has: Force push, pull, levitation. The thing but with him is his adaptation connection to the Force in general is so strong that if I remember right, that was when I read the novels about him. While he was still in Leia's womb, he was able to communicate to her through her emotions. That's how she knew about him firsthand. Before she ever found out she was pregnant. That's how strong the connection to the Force he has in general. But the thing is, another of his powers is he has the manipulation over. He developed the manipulation over his body flow, like his blood flow and his organs, to the point where, to prevent anyone from getting damaged, he was able to start and stop him when he needed it, when he was in combat. Nice. And he had Force Lightning because he was a master who developed that. But also he developed to adding the Force Lightning in his lightsaber combat. That if when he couldn't actively cut or slice his opponent when they connected lightsabers, he was able to send that Force Lightning through his lightsaber into theirs.
Oh wow! Nice.
That was that, and not just that, one of his Force abilities he developed was a mind meld that with his twin sister, that while they were in combat, they were able to connect their mind to see what each other was fighting, cover each other's backs to see their enemies through the other person's eyes through their mind meld that he developed. I guess you could almost call it like
the Dyad and Rise of Skywalker, kind of.
Or something like what was Bastille Sean's almost like your battle meditation,
right?
But through the mind that he was able to amplify his sister's fighting abilities through his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like his abilities were just ridiculous. But obviously, it's who he is. He's a Skywalker.
Yeah.
And
like
his powers are just ridiculous. He also had the ability to absorb all energy, Adam, but he didn't develop that till in his later years.
Right. Where
if anything, that sent him Force Lightning, Force Push, anything, he was able to absorb that energy and it contributed to that to himself.
All right. Well, and I forgot to mention too, Kylo can look into people's minds. I forgot to mention that, which that's a major thing to do. But So. Obviously, Jason is a lot more powerful in the Force than Ben Solo probably has a lot more potential than shown in the movies and the books. But I mean, also, it sounds like Jason lived a lot longer than Ben did. Ben died at like 30 or 31 in that sense. And it sounds like Jason went along a lot longer. So obviously, if Ben had more time, I feel like he would probably become as powerful as his grandfather, if not more.
I think if he had more training too.
Yeah,
that too. He didn't get proper training.
Yeah, I mean, he even halfway through his Sith training, he quit halfway through his Jedi training, become a dark side user. Halfway through his dark side user training, he quit and went back to the light, and then died. They actually killed his master, then went back to the light, then died. But yeah, it's he does have good knowledge in the Force. I mean, he's able to find out about Exegol or how to get to Exegol and find a Wayfinder on his own, which they just released in the Vader comic. Vader went and did the same thing, but Vader basically needed help to figure that stuff out by Ochia Bastoon. He had no knowledge about Exegol at all until Ochi even mentioned it. And while Kylo didn't ever think about Exegol, once Palpatine made the announcement about his return, Kylo almost immediately figured everything out, while somebody like Rey had to study up and try to figure out how to get to Exegol. It's almost implied that Ben knew how to find a Wayfinder almost immediately.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hi Angie, how are you? Jumping on our live stream on YouTube. But yeah, so next we'll talk about weapons. So never really seen Ben use a blaster until after he gets rid of his lightsaber. He's as talented as his father with a blaster, even to the point where he doesn't have to look where he shoots when he shoots. But he's mostly known for everybody over there, his crossguard lightsaber, which is a crossguard because it is a broken, bleeding crystal. So I know it's synthetic in Legends, but in canon, to create a red lightsaber, you have to bleed it, which is basically putting the crystal through all your pain, all your trauma, everything at once, causing it to bleed. Now with Kylo's power and trauma and everything like that, he was able to bleed it so hard that it cracked the crystal. And that is how the blade became cracked and unstable like himself, and it had to have exhaust ports. So technically, even though it is a solid beam of energy on the sides, it is still it's exhaust, basically.
Yeah.
And he's able to use it for like different things. Like we see him when he's fighting Finn, he's able to still use it to burn Finn's shoulder. He's able to lock lightsabers with it, and just basically somehow miraculously not cut off his own arm when he's spinning it. Yeah. So what's Kitus's lightsaber like? Actually, let me try to pull it up.
So obviously, he was trained by Luke, he took after a mentor. So obviously he was given, so he was so strong in the Force in Legends. Like I said, if you're strong in the Force, your natural lightsaber color that gravitates to you is going to be the green.
Right.
So that's what his was. Is that when while he was a Jedi for a long time, even after he left, his lightsaber became green. Then obviously when he fell to the Sith, it turned red. Red because, like you said, from his emotions, his feelings, but also that he committed some acts on other planets while he was traveling, because he deemed it as to fight the Sith, the evil in the world, but like I said, almost the same thing as like what Anakin did in the movies when he did the Tusken Raiders when he just murdered them. It was almost the same thing. Jason almost did the same thing on other worlds as he was trying to find his way to the Force, trying to prevent that evil he saw in the future.
Right.
But I mean, his natural talent wasn't just lightsaber fighting; it was in the art of fencing. Is the way he modeled his lightsaber combat after.
Yeah, like Kylo.
I don't know what he mastered. I can't remember, but I know he modeled it, changed it into fencing type. Mm-hmm. And obviously, he has the same thing. Great, same blaster wielding, because obviously he was trained, by Han in that. So I mean, Han was God knows master in the blaster, what he could do.
Yeah, exactly.
And even after, throughout the whole, Jedi Academy that Luke had when he was training everything, he was considered the greatest lightsaber duelist that Luke's ever seen, that he's ever trained. Yep. Even more. And eventually, he became better than Luke, and even Mara Jade, because even Mara Jade was more advanced in lightsaber combat than Luke. Yeah. And Jason was able to defeat her in combat, which ended up in her dying at the time.
Yeah. So then we should also mention piloting skills on this too. I just realized, because that'd be really good. So Kylo is fair pilot, really good pilot when you think about it. He's flown at least two different ships in the movies, his TIE Silencer and his TIE Whisper. However, it does seem that he is an average pilot when it comes to the movies and stuff like that. I know I just said he's a good pilot, but I mean, he's more competent a pilot than I would be. So both of his ships basically end up damaged. One of them isn't damaged because of his flying. However, the TIE Whisper, which is what he has in Rise of Skywalker, does get damaged to the point because of his piloting. He was trying to goat Rey while doing this. However, if he was as skilled as his father, he would have been able to pull away last minute to not get the TIE destroyed. However, we have seen him be able to do maneuvers that are fairly incredible at the same time, where like in The Last Jedi, he's able to basically fly into or close enough to the hangar bay to blow up all the ships in the hangar and still make it out without taking any damage. But then it is very balanced on if he's a good pilot or not. Because we only do really have two scenes of him flying himself, and one is a complete and utter failure. And then the other one is pretty talented. However, he was able to make it to Exegol through the tricky flying that you have to do to get there with the assistance of the Wayfinder both times. Even though we didn't see him fly with the TIE Scout into it during the end, he was able to maneuver a TIE Scout through hyperspace to do that, which after reading the Alphabet Squadron series, sounds like it's really hard to control a TIE fighter. So could completely understand the talent that would take to do that. So like I said, it's very iffy, but it's leaning towards average more. Like if it was a rank out of 10, I'd probably give him like a 6.
Gotcha.
Especially compared to how we see like Anakin and Han, everybody else in his bloodline, just how good of flyers they are. Yeah.
Yeah, Jason, I would say Jason's piloting is a little bit above average. So like you said, you rate Kylo 6 out of 10. I would give Jason 8 out of 10. The reason being is his twin sister Jaina is considered on par or equal to flying abilities of Anakin, which is Anakin's pilot abilities was 10 out of 10.
Right.
Pilots at the best.
11 out of
His
10.
sister was always had that over him of being the better pilot. Just off, like you said, instincts, ability alone.
Yeah.
Another thing that kept Jason in that 8 out of 10 was he was able to use the Force to help his piloting. Because he had such strong connection to the Force, he was able to predict, where everything was going to go, enemies were going to go fly. Whereas, Jaina had that same ability, but not as strong. She just is able to have her top tier piloting abilities out of her instincts, which she inherited, obviously through as Anakin has. So I mean, he's a above average pilot because he's able to fly, get out of fights. He's escaped from the planet as a Ryloth, which has a very harsh surface environment to try to get out of, especially the atmosphere. He was able to pilot getting out of that, and that's something not many people can do.
Right.
But I mean, still, he's above average. I give him an 8 out of 10 just because his twin sister, her instinct of piloting abilities is the same as, like I said, as Han and Anakin, which she was always obsessed with piloting, and whether it be speeder bikes, or anything. She was always beat him at that, but he's above average, about 8 out of 10.
Yep. All right, so let's do one last part, and then we'll get to the final vote. Even though my choice is already made, redemption. So I'm not sure if Jason ever redeemed himself at the end. I think I remember hearing he did, but we had a good 30 minutes in Rise of Skywalker of Ben Solo, where even though if you look at it, if he would have survived, people would have still hated him. Ben was able to help turn the tide with Rey of defeating Palpatine in that time and taking out all of the Knights of Ren with his grandfather's lightsaber that he believed was his birthright. And he was even able to sacrifice himself to bring up Rey. Like I said, that really didn't show a lot of it, but that was his redemption. So does Jason have any redemption?
I guess not. He has some, but it's very sporadic because after he died, it was about, I think it was 15, 20 years after, where the thing is, because of what Jason did as he was a Sith, with some of the acts he committed, especially not just Janie killing Mara Jade, but it's just, his actions caused Luke to actually get arrested by the Alliance at the time for his negligence of duty as a Jedi, they sentenced him to 10-year exile where he had no contact for 10 years with anybody. And but the thing is, they exiled him with Ben, with his son, which was Ben at the time. Right,
not Ben Solo, Ben Skywalker.
Yeah,
just to clarify for people.
Yeah, in the legend that there,
Yeah, exactly.
Because of all the atrocities that Jason did, Luke paid the price for being the negligent duty they considered. Right. But I mean, because the thing is, after Jason died, his mention in the novels after was very little and sporadic. Like in the Abyss novel and Legends, he was only mentioned whereas he just warned Luke and Ben Skywalker about an attack. That was really it in that novel.
Yeah.
But I think it's in the final novel, the Apocalypse novel in the Jedi in that series, is where he tried, because as the Force goes along with Mara Jade, they warned and helped Luke to defeat Darth Kriyt, which that was the Sith that he saw in Jason's future visions of that was going to be the ultimate evil that he needed to defeat. But this was years after he died that he didn't even realize that was the specific Sith he was looking to defeat. So I mean, in the redemption, because at that time when Luke and Ben Skywalker defeated Darth Kriyt, that was the end of the Sith at that time.
Right.
So I guess you could say he did a redemption in the sense of he helped defeat the Sith, but the redemption of the family he didn't, because Luke and Ben Skywalker still didn't forgive him for killing his aunt Mara Jade and all the atrocities he did. So I guess you say yes and no. Yes, in the sense of for the Force, he did redemption by ending the Sith at that time, but not with his family, because his family still didn't forgive him.
Right. Which also brings like a little side theory fact for you guys really quick. So there is a theory that Ben also killed Luke's love interest. Didn't say if it's Mara Jade yet or not, because it is quite possible that they are casting Mara Jade soon. I heard a rumor. Again, rumor. So I don't know if it's true. But there's a part of Force Awakens where Luke is standing in front of somebody's grave. At the end, when Rey finds him, he's standing in front of somebody's grave. So there's a theory that was his wife, girlfriend, whatever love interest you want to say, and that Ben possibly killed her, or the Knights of Ren killed her in doing that. Which, obviously, with that, I also want to add, you don't have to weigh in on this because I already know the answer. Body count, it seems like Jason has a way higher body count than Kylo Ren ever did. Like I said, Kylo killed basically a bunch of from the movies and the one comic series. Looks like Kylo just killed a bunch of Mustafarians, a bunch of people on whatever planet he was looking for Rey for, and then maybe some Resistance pilots, and then basically Resistance Command.
What about what movie was it? That Planet Destroyer, remember?
Oh, Starkiller Base?
Yeah.
Starkiller Base, he actually was, him and Snoke thought Starkiller Base was useless. He wasn't even on Starkiller Base when the missile launched, and he was 100% against it launching. Which is very poetic, considering that his mother is from a planet that was destroyed by a planet destroyer, and also makes it understandable of why he would be against that. But there was it felt like there was still always a little bit of Ben in Kylo throughout even Force Awakens all the way over there. Also, the most important kill I completely didn't mention, he killed his father, Han Solo. Which pushed him more in turmoil, in a sense, and didn't set him down that path of the dark side. So almost him killing his father actually kind of helped him redeem himself. Which also brings up, just side note, this is one of my favorite scenes in all of Star Wars, even though Rise of Skywalker, I don't like it that much as I used to. But the scene between Ben and Han, bringing him back, that's the best scene in the entire sequel trilogy. Just saying. But yeah, he killed a very important character, and he killed basically a whole village of people that he didn't do as much as it sounded like Jason did. So yeah, I could see the irredeemableness for Jason compared to Ben. And then, so now basically how we're going to end our podcast, obviously I still got an hour where we're going to be learning how to play Sabbacc. But how we're going to end the podcast is each of us are going to say which side we did better. I'm thinking Legends did this character type, I want to say, because obviously it's not the same character, but character type better. I think Jason was a lot better than Ben Solo after hearing all this, just for the fact that he was a lot more complex than Ben ended up being, even though they tried to force it that he's one of the most complex Star Wars characters. Yeah. Your vote?
Well, I mean, like I said, I have to go with Jason, but it's not, like I said, the funny thing, too, I found out, Kylo Ren was actually created, as Jason Solo. It's supposed to be him, like the way he is, Obviously, that's the funny thing, but yet they did him wrong in the sense of the movies where it wasn't, he didn't really get to show off his powers. So, I mean, just based on what we're talking about, Jason's going to be the winner in the sense of, like I said, Jason has high kill count because he was involved in the pinnacle of the Yuzan Vong War at the pinnacle of its time.
Exactly.
That was a massive race of people at the time.
Yeah.
Which that's another. Like I said, the trials he did. He murdered after he left to get back at him for because they captured him. They tortured him for about like 2 years. They tortured him, so as a payback in his later life, he just murdered the whole entire Yuzong Wang race.
Right.
He eliminated him just solely himself.
Yep.
So I mean, like I said, but if you're going based off of just what we know for the abilities, what he's done, his accomplishments, what he did at both at Jedi and Sith, yeah, it'd be Jason, but it's because he's had a bigger lore depth of like 25, 30 novels that detail everything.
Right, exactly.
Whereas I feel Kylo Ren had the same service where he was just did dirty and disrespected in the movies. I feel it would be a tie in the sense of we'd be able to see his true potential, like Kylo's true potential.
Yep. Just really quick, we got a comment from Alan who is going to be jumping onto this soon, if possible, saying Adam Driver is the Ewan McGregor of the sequels. I do agree on that. Not to interrupt, but yeah, I just saw that and that made me laugh. But yeah, okay, so I did something earlier in this podcast, or not podcast, live stream, talking about a book I was reading about fan casting book characters. Do you have a fan cast for Jason, or would you be fine with Adam Driver playing him too?
Who would?
Thank you for the subscription, by the way. I just got a notification that I got a new subscriber.
What's up?
I just got a notification I got a new subscriber, so I'm saying thanks.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Wait, Adam Driver, what is that guy? What does he look like? I always forget.
He looks like Kylo Ren.
No, but I mean, for Jason Solo?
Yeah, because I was looking at pictures of Jason, and I didn't really see that with, like, the Adam Driver look.
I say, like, the person people are, because the way he's drawn in the comics and novels, people are, like, fan cast. They already did their fan cast. Do you want me to, like, show you who they feel?
Yeah, you could say that, and then you could tell me what you think, too. Because, I mean...
Like, here, like, I'll turn the camera, because this is who people are saying, should play him that is, if they ever made Jason Solo, canon and...
Right. I just got a good one here, too. I'll let you show me, but somebody said Jared Padalecki, and I could see that from Supernatural.
Okay, yeah. Because, like you said, you've seen the picture of him. Like, that's how he looked, right? Like, that.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, from that picture, people are saying, I forgot what this guy's name is. Here. Yeah.
Whoops. Oh, I know that guy. I can't think of his name either.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Here, show the camera really quick again, so I can show it on here. Show the camera again so I can show it on here.
This is what people would say that their fan cast would be of who should play Jason Solo in a live action movie.
Only we could get a good shot of that. But yeah, I can't think of his name either, but I know who you're talking about.
No.
Yeah.
There.
No, I was saying on my end of the live stream, there's too much light.
Like that is on me. For who I would say would be good to play him, I would have said Sebastian Stan, but they're saying him to play as a Luke.
Yeah, I could see him being Ben.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would have said Sebastian Stan, but I mean, I don't think the guy from Supernatural would do good. I think he would do real good.
Yeah, he'd be a good cast on that. I didn't think of it until I saw a picture of him next to Jason.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy crap, that's actually really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, the only part with, I would see, just really quick with Jaina, I could see Billy Lord doing it, which she already had a casting in Rise of Skywalker, but and now we got Alan in. How's it going, Alan?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So you missed the debate. So we're going to have you do the third vote. So Jason Solo. Kylo Ren. Who do you think is the better character?
you have to keep in mind my knowledge of the old EU is a lot muddy, so I don't know too much of it.
Right. Yeah, that you're in the same boat as me. Don't worry.
But I mean, I really like Adam Driver and I like Kylo Ren, like design wise and all that stuff wise, and so I'd say Kylo Ren, honestly, but that's my opinion on it.
Right. Yeah, I can understand that. So if I'll ask this then: if you guys wanted to see a Jason Solo, or if Ricardo, if you wanted to see a Jason Solo story adapted into the current canon, but switch him with either Ben or Kylo, what would you want it to be?
What do you mean, like?
So, like, if like him turning with the use on, I mean, obviously you can't do the turning because we already know why he turned the dark side. But like him killing Mara Jade or something like that, brought over to canon, but with Ben instead of him. Basically, what Jason Solo stuff would you want to see attached to Ben?
Well, I mean, I would like to see, like, one thing with Ben is, like, you know, the thing that defined Jason was his ability to the Force was, like I said, his ability to the Force was more powerful than Qui-Gon's. So
Right.
something, like, besides, so since we haven't seen that, what's, like, aside from Qui-Gon, the ability, the connection to the Force itself,
Right.
that'd be something I'd like to see connected to Ben, because that's something, you know, refreshing and different. Like I said, it's more powerful than Qui-Gon, too.
Right.
So that, I would like to see, you know, obviously, you know, the moment, you know, because the moment his finalization when he became a Sith was when he killed Mara Jade. That was the final point. Before that, there was the you know, I guess the steps before, which was his journey after he left. So that'd be interesting to see, because you had to see all the different planets, like Ryloth. You see all the homeworld where the Yuzan Bog come from.
Yeah.
Like, that'd be interesting because you see all the other worlds, because we always see the same worlds, Tatooine, you know, we just see all the same worlds.
Exactly. Or insert random desert planet here, insert random snow planet here.
It'd be interesting to see his journey, because I think he was on a 5-year journey where he visits so many different worlds, so many different galaxies. It'd be interesting to see that, you know?
Yeah. And
it'd also be interesting the training that, you know, Ben would have to go with, that Jason did with the Mind Walkers, that gave him that extra ability to see that separate realm, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if they change the Mind Walker part to like the world between worlds or something like that, where they could bring up the world between worlds again, I feel like that would be really, really cool. Any ideas, Alan? Just like bringing something from Legends into canon. I guess whether it has to do with Ben or not.
I don't even know if necessarily taking things and making them canon. Like, it'd be interesting if they did like
an adaptation. I meant, yeah,
like Legends adaptations, like animated, like do like an animated series of like some of the old Legends stuff that they'd like to do adapted somehow.
Yeah, that would be really nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty fair on it. I wish that they could do something. There's a series. It's like it's a Dragon Ball Z series that's not part of canon, but they'll literally throw in like random characters from like the movies or from a different timeline to just go and fight, or like I think one of them was like a Vegeta or Gogeta and Vegito fusion versus like something else. I wish Star Wars would be able to step into something like that and just throw something from both canon and Legends. My camera's really freaking out right now all of a sudden. That's weird. My camera's like looking like it's getting hacked.
I wish as they do.
But yeah, it would be cool to see like something like that. And I don't know why my camera's being weird. This is freaky. Sorry, I got really distracted because my camera's like glitching out completely. Looks like I'm getting hacked.
Basically.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are seeing it too?
Yeah, a little bit. Not as much. It's like every so often.
Yeah. Maybe if I do this and then that. No, that didn't help. All right. Well, we are.
It's just a webcam that you get.
Yeah, I got a little webcam. Maybe it's overheating because it's been for 4 hours. which is right now. We reached the 4-hour mark. Yay. But yeah, so we are wrapping this segment up anyways. I do want to thank you guys for jumping on. If you guys liked this part,
Sorry, I was late.
oh no, you're good. But if you guys like this part, I am planning to do a podcast. Ricardo's in on it, about doing canon versus legends. So if you guys like that, we're willing to do it once a month, getting rid of the catching up podcast and doing that. So yeah, we're gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break before Sean gets here, hopefully to cool down this camera, and then we'll be live again. So thank you guys for jumping on.
But yeah, check your.
Yeah.
Great. Sorry, I was just late, by the way, but yeah.
Oh no, it's fine.
Next time, if you just, I'll try to find out better and stuff. But
yeah, no, you're good.
it might be overheating. Try checking your your connections and stuff and see how it looks, how it works.
Yeah. All right. Oh, you know what? You're probably right because this thing's plugged into the front. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna disconnect now. Thank you guys. I will be right back when Sean gets here.
All right, take care.
All right, thank you.
All right.